I sent him my YouTube link to to watch, and since I turned it off, he messages me. He's just like, "Bitch, I'm watching."
Too bad. Hold
You should have
on.
known that we were having technical difficulties.
Right?
You need that transition screen where it plays like music.
Please hold.
Technical
It's
difficulties.
just like the whole party unconscious on the ground, and they're like, "What do I do?"
Please hold while we have some technical difficulties.
Just Mia exploding in a fireball.
Again. Oh shit.
One for each of us.
No. Not again.
Not
Not
again.
again. Okay, I'm good. I'm good.
All right, good.
Let me just double check on my channel. Yep, we're good.
All right. Well, we will go ahead and get
He's giving me
started
sass.
then. Well, he's better get in here. He's gonna miss the recap. So, last game, we picked up with you guys having returned to the town of Sarnau, having collected the Celestial Lotus for your patron, Archie, here within the town. You spoke with him about the next job that he had for you guys, and had then set out to the edge of town in order to get a little bit of training done. Having picked up there, let me get to my notes so I can get this right. It was mostly a little bit of fucking around town. Let's see. Discussing what Archie had told them. You met Sunny, but I think that was... You had set out at the start of last session to go get your outfits done for the gala, which was happening about 4 days from there. It's a little wibbly-wobbly being here in the Feywild, but Archie seems to know where he's going and when he needs to be there, so you're just along for the ride. You went over to So Right, the local tailor run by a lovely gnome couple, Sal and Kira, who outfitted each of you with fancy digs that were also somewhat practical. They took your measurements, got ideas as to who you were, what you were looking for, discussed a few things of color palette with you, kind of bounced some ideas, and discussed with Aerith ideas for some of the less fashionably inclined members of their party as to what he might recommend. Taking all of that, you guys then set out into Sarnau to enjoy the day's kind of openness. Your time here in the Feywild has been... I mean, I wouldn't say relaxing, because let's face it, the swamp wasn't relaxing. But here within Sarnau, there's something just low-key peaceful about life. It's all kind of laissez-faire, and everyone going about their business and not really making any haste to get things done. Everyone's relaxing and enjoying, and you find yourselves, when you rest here within these comfortable taverns, waking up feeling like you've slept better than you have in months since beginning this adventure. Some of you can't ever remember sleeping as well as you have here within the Fae, almost like the natural environment itself is rejuvenating. You split up into town, with a few of you heading into the town square, Oni and Aerith, to do a little bit of shopping and learn about how the mercantile system here within the Feywild works, with it more of a barter system and no one really using money for anything because it doesn't have an intrinsic value beyond the worth that the shiny metal has and the cool little portraits of the guys. That must be really important.
Which is not a lot.
Me and Ken found themselves up near the fairgrounds, where there was a local, or not local, but a traveling kind of circus that had set up a bunch of tents and seemed to be getting ready for a show the next day. You spoke with one of the entertainers there who tried to teach Mia how to juggle, but it didn't go particularly well, and once again kind of learned about how they go about their business here, that knowing that the circus itself was essentially free, but they had donations available and asked for those that were enjoying of their entertainment to kind of offer up whatever they feel is fair. As you spoke with them, Ken cast his create food and water and provided them with a day's supply of tasteless bread and nutritious water, which is very much appreciated, as even the most tasteless food, if it can keep you going and keep the hunger pains away, is a
A blessing.
feast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nicholas spent his afternoon wandering around the town, talking to the local denizens and kind of getting a feel for the different vibes here within Sarnau. Finding it to be this like border town between these different city states, established areas, territories. You had a lot of people that had traveled here either from within the Summerlands or had come down from the Fen of Winter. You asked about Titania and Bastille, getting a little bit more of an insight as to how the people here felt about their two most notable archfey. While Ken and Mia spoke with a fortune teller who first asked for a secret, but finding that these two in front of her were noble beyond belief, had no secrets to really give her, she acquiesced to a truth in order to understand who you were and see into the fortunes that lay ahead of you. And as she cast her eyes into the smoke and magical fire in front of her, she saw a lot, and it was a lot. Having concluded
Fine.
both visions, she promptly fell asleep, and you guys made your way out of the tent to go and find the rest of your party. Oni got himself a bow, having found that combat doesn't always allow him to be right up in everything's face, and sometimes it would be useful to be able to draw something quickly off his back, fire a few shots, and then move closer. You negotiated with a local artisan here and traded a cultist dagger taken from the Acheronian cult leader for a Feywild recurve bow that could serve the purposes you needed. And having concluded your days kind of wandering around and enjoying of the town, you returned back to the Morning Wood, got some rest that evening, and awoke the next day to just seize that one. Without anything really to do until your clothes were ready, though, you found yourself talking to Archie and Harrow. And while you were discussing, what was to come, you propositioned a card game. They taught you a local version of cards here, which I'm actually going to call Harrowhame Hold'em, because I love the alliteration. And having learned that Harrow himself is from a town named Harrowhame, in this kind of wild ongoing poker game where you bet questions, with the winner being able to ask the loser a truth. You found that Archie didn't lose. However, Harrow did, unfortunately, several times. But that's just his lot in life, and so he answered his questions, and you guys spent your day just relaxing within the Morning Wood, enjoying the kind of light alcoholic beverages that they serve here that don't ever really get you too drunk, just tipsy enough to feel good, but you can never push yourself beyond that border, almost like the air is kind of detoxifying you as you continue to toxify yourself. Before heading out that evening to go and pick up your fancy digs in preparation for the gala, leaving the next morning, and then heading to the circus that you had heard was going to be shown that evening. Small addendum I'm going to change, a little bit of retcon. I had said that the circus was going to be in the town square, but it just didn't work. I tried to make the map work, but it didn't work. So, circus is going to be held at the fairgrounds where you met them, and the fairgrounds are a little larger than I initially described.
Bigger. Fey magic.
Knowing where you needed to go, that evening you went to So Right, checked in with Sal and Kira, who had been up all night working on your fancy digs, and they helped you each into your individual outfits to ensure that everything fit, looked right, and showed you a few of the more utilitarian things that they had included. Small pockets hidden within the folds of your clothing, or nooks and crannies in order to tuck things away that wouldn't easily fall out nor look obvious from the outside. A tearaway skirt on Mia's dress so that if she needed to run, she could, because with the skirt as it is, you can't run. There's no running. But with all of you looking
Fine. Why would we need to run?
beautiful and fancy and ready for the gala, which was to come in just 3 days, you looked over at Archie and Harrow as they sized you up and approved, let you know that they were going to go and get ready for the circus while you got changed out of your fancy digs. You changed back into your adventurer clothes as the two of them left, kind of packed up your fancy things into boxes so that they could be brought to the tavern and brought with you on your journey tomorrow. And then that was where we left off. So, as you are here, still within So Right, everything has been packed up. You look over at Sal as he kind of like sizes up the box of clothes, or the pile of boxes. It's about as big as he is. Right. Well, we'll make sure we get this over to the Morning Woods that you all can enjoy your evening. Is there anything else that you needed from us? Anything that we could do in this last moment's preparations before you all make for your festivities?
Hmm? Nothing comes to my mind, sir.
Very good. Well, if you think of anything, small alterations can be made quickly, but nothing too big, hopefully. Just come on by, knock on the door, knock loudly. We'll get the dogs barking and wake us up.
You make a
Sort of,
little
like,
hat
sits
for
back.
Todd.
He looks at Todd. I can. Would you like it to match the style that you have? Your
Yes, I would.
Perfect. He looks over at Kira, who just sort of drops her head and shakes it. And goes, I'm going to go take a bath. You have fun with your hat, dear. Enjoy the circus, loves. And she walks upstairs. Sal smiles.
After you're done, did you want to go to the circus with us?
She's like on the ladder. Dear, I've been up for about 40 hours. I need to take a bath and rest, but please enjoy it. They're always a wonder to see.
Okay.
She a weary but genuine smile. Pulls herself up the ladder, and Sal kind of grins through weary eyes and goes, I'm going to make a small hat. Walks into his little workshop, and the five of you are left to go about your evening.
Okay. Well, that was fun.
Okay. Do we go now? What time is it?
Time
It's time.
in the Feywild.
Yeah.
Yes, it is time.
It is time.
Okay, all right. I guess we'll make our way down. Damn.
All right. As you all head out of So Right, a small bell chimes in the door. Ding, ding, ding. As you step out into the city, this lightly populated, kind of large village, small city, seems a little bit less populated than you're even used to, which is, it's not concerning, but you see that everyone's kind of flowing in that same direction, all heading towards the evening's festivities. You fall in line with the crowds, and before long find yourselves back in the fairgrounds. Okay, I named it campground, not fairground, but that's fine.
Ew.
As you,
That's a lot of people.
It's
We're
so
surrounded by
large.
enemies.
and these tokens more represent the crowds of people that you walk in. I didn't want to have hundreds of tokens, as many as I could handle. So as you step into the wide open campground, back to where Ken and Mia had originally come earlier, you can see in the distance the entertainers still sitting around their campfire, kind of discussing the evening's festivities, like what they're planning. You see crowds of people all milling about with drinks in their hands. There are some of the entertainers like in actual like uniform garb, walking around with like trays to give drinks out and food out, and everything just seems to be very free and open. As you guys look around and take in the fullness of this area and all the people around, what are you doing?
There's so many people. This is cool.
Yeah, it should be a good time ahead. I'm actually kind of excited myself, actually.
Right? Where do you think the performers are? Are they here? She kind of like stands up on her tiptoes to look towards the front.
Hmm. I'm sure they are. I mean, they've been practicing up until now to get ready, so I'm sure they're doing some last minute rehearsals in preparation.
There's not
Where
a
is
genie with a spinning wheel, is there?
No genie with the spinning wheel.
Ah,
Just the fortune
maybe next
tent that
time.
you can see off. There really aren't many games here that you see. It's not a lot of active like festivities. You can see in the distance people practicing their skills. The acrobats still going about their routines. People kind of juggling around. There's a lot of laughter and drinking. There's a bunch of kids running around and just sort of like chasing each other and playing tag, but no like gaming booths like you would expect of a carnival back where you're from.
Are we just here early, or that's just not something they do?
You're not sure.
We can go ask.
We can indeed.
She'll grab
I'll,
Ken's hand.
Yep. Yep.
Excuse me, random Feywild elf. Where is the funnel cake?
Let's see who looks
Guess I'll-
important.
Guess I'll also
Important.
guess I'll also be looking around, see if I can't get a lock on Archie and Harrow.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Huh.
Mia, as you walk up to this young woman, looks elven, half elven, just kind of like leaning back against a post. She has a goblet in her hand and is just smiling around. Seems to be watching like two kids run around. I didn't want to make child tokens. It was too much. But she sees you watching like two kids run around and kind of like chase each other around the groups here. And as you walk up, she looks over at you and smiles and kind of gives you a little bit of a head nod.
Hi. Do you know
Hello.
where the circusy stuff is? Like, there's
Well-
stuff, but where's everything happening?
Well, we're waiting for the performance to start. It should be starting soon. We're just enjoying the evening's air and the community of the festivities.
Okay, what is there exactly to do besides stand?
Kind of like looks at you and, well, there will be a show. There are usually they have wild beasts from the distant reaches of the Feywilds or feats of magic, but normally these things are on a stage or some sort of arena. And she kind of like looks around. They've cleared a large space, but I don't know where they plan to do
I've
this.
seen a stage. Yeah. Will that be part of the act?
You know, I wouldn't put it past him. And she smiles and takes a sip. Kind of looks past you and just watches the kids and looks back at you and goes, "What's brought you here? You don't seem, She looks over at Ken and kind of like looks up at your horns. Goes, "You don't look like locals to me."
No. We're kind of here sort of by accident, but making the best of it and doing fun stuff until we have to go. But this seemed the most fun.
Well, I do hope you have fun. Once things get started, at least. I think we're just waiting for the right moment. And as she says that, Ken, you've been kind of just like listening in, and you look back. What is Aerith, Oni, and Nick doing?
Finding the funnel cake.
So there isn't funnel cake, but what you do find fried
What kind of
dough
circus is
that
this?
is sugared. It's just more of like it's kind of like French toast sticks. They're more
Ooh.
like It's not like the funnel cake style, but it's basically what funnel cake is. But they have it on the trays that they're walking around. So as you start looking around, you can smell fried dough and sweetness in the air, and you look around and you kind of like track down one of these trays, and you can approach the. Let's say this guy's wandering around with it. As he's wandering around, just kind of looking around with a jovial smile on his face, he looks at you and sees the hunger in your eyes and walks over. May I offer you some appetizers, my lord?
Sure. And I'll
Holds.
take his steak.
It's like a churro, but without cinnamon.
Yeah.
Take a bite. It fills your
It's
mouth.
poison.
It's kind of like like a hazelnut, almost sweet cream on the inside. The outside being this fried dough covered in sugars, but it's all so vibrant, so fresh, so just real. There's something that's just so vivid about this. The food here, the air, the lights, these like sparkling, glowing fireflies that fill the space around you. These like glowing lights of multiple colors that sparkle in and out, kind of make this a very dreamlike environment. He turns to his left and kind of holds the tray out to Oni. My lord.
Oni does not hesitate to take one. Absolutely, he will.
He does this like spinning kind of transfer of the tray to his right hand and lowers it down, goes down onto one knee. My lord, and offers it to Nicholas.
Fancy food.
I feel like Taro
Fancy
just
first
Yoshi that
Christmas.
shit. Badang.
Does Nick take
Uh,
pastries?
Slightly bow. Take one.
Watch your cholesterol.
Stands up to his full height.
Just immediately pass out a nut.
Right.
Too much sugar.
Does
Too much
Nicholas-
sugar.
I'm gonna need you to
Does
roll me a
Nicholas
D100 for a
have-
heart attack.
Diabetes.
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
Roll one.
Ooh.
That's pretty good. As
You
he
die instantly. No, I'm kidding.
smiles at each of you. If there's anything else you need, anything you desire, please seek one of us out. And he kind of like gestures to the uniform he's wearing. This vibrant mix of like pastel colors. It's weird for a pastel to be vibrant, but it is. It's like peachish, but almost seems to glow with little bits of like light purple around the edges. And he just bows as if you need drinks, snacks, or just someone to speak to. Just tap on one of our shoulders, reach out to us, and we are here to serve. So you all a bow before kind of looking around to lock eyes with his next target.
Doesn't seem ominous at all.
Mm.
I was gonna say, because payment is from like a mutual exchange of something. What are they getting out of posting
What did
this?
you just pay for that?
Oh, I gave a bow. but
I mean,
I'm saying for the overall carnival event.
well, you know that because Ken did ask that they take like donations, so it's kind of like it's like going to church in the Feywild.
Oh,
The
okay.
carnivals are basically like church. They don't
That
demand a
makes sense,
payment for
actually.
their services. Yeah.
So this is the body of Christ, is what you're telling me. Just
Exactly.
unsugared churro.
Steel's blessings be with you. But he'll kind of scurry off to go and offer snacks to these guys over here. Ken, as you see your friends snacking on their like hazelnut churros, you look past them as a young boy that you've seen once before runs into the fairground as Sunny kind of charges in full tilt and runs up to Aerith. It kind of just looks up and goes, "Hi,
Hi.
bye," and he runs away. He runs over here and he starts like pulling on this guy's like cloak to get snacks for him. And as you kind of turn around and you have your snack in your hand, Aerith, you look over at Sunny and then you look up and you can see as Archie is in the distance also coming in. Can the three of you can everyone except Mia roll? No. Can Ken and Aerith
Oh,
roll
God.
insight checks?
Oh,
Oh, I'm so good with insight.
We believe in
Flash
you.
of genius?
Does seem a little bit ominous. Oh,
Oh
admit.
no.
Ken,
Of
you're
course.
kind of
Fine.
taken aback. You watch as Sunny runs over to get the snacks. You feel your stomach grumble just a little bit, and you look up as Archie's walking in. Behind him, another couple, about 10 feet back. A man and woman walking shoulder to shoulder, the woman carrying a small child in her arms. With an 11, Aerith, I will give you that his height and build seems to match Harrow's.
The
As you
child
see
that spoke
three
to me.
people.
Oh no, the couple. I was just like,
Yeah,
what?
the men of the two. So as they walk in, you see as this couple kind of like hand in hand, the woman holding this small baby in her right arm, walk in. The man had, like taller, dark hair, kind of thicker beard, just brick shit house essentially as far as like a build goes, just like solid.
Giga
Walking
Chad.
behind Archie, yeah. To his right, a young woman who is probably in her like mid to late 20s, brown hair, brown eyes, has a just beautiful, happy smile on her face, and in their arms, a young baby, black hair, brown eyes, the kind of pointed ears that have been associated with most of the elven or half elven here. And as you kind of like take in that situation and tilt your head, and Aerith, you think to yourself, is that what Harrow looks like outside of his armor? Archie walks up and goes, Friends! Friends! I'm so glad to see you've made it! And you have found the snacks. Wonderful. Oh, so has Sunny. Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah. Hi, Harrow.
Harrow kind of just like nods down. The woman to his right raises her hand. Hi, you must be the adventurers that Harry's been telling me all about. I'm Sarah. Nice to meet you. And she kind of like takes her left hand free from his arm and holds it out to shake your hands.
I'll shake it and then introduce myself with my Fey name.
With your Fey name. She smiles and gives you like a nod. I've heard you guys have been helping Archie out here. So nice. Well, it's been great that you invited us to the circus. We were planning on going, but it'll be so much nicer to have new companions to share it with. But where is it gonna be? And she kind of looks to her left at Archie, and Archie just smiles, puts like one finger to his mouth. Right then. Ken and Mia, back with you guys. As they are approached by young Sunny and then Archie and the odd couple, Ken, you don't really recognize either. The man's definitely of the same size as Harrow, and you haven't actually seen Harrow outside his armor, so it could be him. But with a natural 1, not quite sure. Could be anyone, you know, Feywild shenanigans. What are you guys doing? As the woman is kind of watching her kids and smiling at you and just keeping a pleasant conversation.
I'll hand in hand still. I'll tug Mia's hand. It's like, hey, Archie and gang is here. Want to go say
They're
hi?
here. Yeah, come on. Okay, bye. She just
Enjoy
like
the
waves
evening.
frantically to her and starts running back.
She raises her glass, and then you hear, "Hey, don't put that in your mouth!" You and you hear like just like a huff as you run away of someone having to go and deal with their children. You head back over and meet up with your party. Well, we are all here.
You have food. Where'd you get food?
Around.
Was
They're,
around?
they're just randomly giving it away.
But I
My
want
lady,
food.
would you
Hello?
like
He just
some
shows up behind you.
refreshments? As you say that, you hear this like click click behind you of some satyr hoofs on the stone, and you turn around to see that basically at like chest height is a platter of the same fried delicacies that your friends are snacking on.
Look, it's you from somewhere. Is it the same guy from?
It is not. It's just another
No.
satyr.
Well, she doesn't know.
He
It's
just
you from the
bows.
tavern.
He just bows. May I offer you some refreshments this evening, my lady?
Yes. What do you have? What is that?
This is oh god, what do I want to call it? This is what we call the Sarnow stick. It is a
Sorry, now stick.
is a fried dough that is injected with a concoction made from the local nuts that grow on the trees here, and then lightly dusted with some fruit sugars. Quite delicious. It has a savory and sweet flavor to it. You kind of hear Archie behind you. They are quite delicious. I would recommend at least 2, though. One's never enough.
Right. Well, if you say it's good, none of that really made a lot of sense to me, so I will try it. Can I have 2?
He kind of like lowers his head further. If that is what my lady wishes, please help yourself.
I'll take 2 and then look over to Ken and take 2 more.
Okay. He kind of like nods, smiles, and looks over at Ken. And anything for you, my lord?
I think I'm all right, but thank you. I definitely appreciate it.
Of course. Enjoy the evening's festivities. Kind of like looks past you just for a moment, smiles. We should be getting started soon.
Look, Ken, I got you a stick. And she'll hold out one of them.
Thank you, and I will try to enjoy it, and I'll take it.
They are quite tasty, but to not harp on that any further, you spend the next 20 or so minutes kind of just taking in the vibe here, the ambiance. Is there anything you guys wanted to talk to your guests about before we move to the next part of the scene?
I guess I'll look over and it's like, Archie, who's your friends? I think I saw Sonny dashing around somewhere over here, but I don't think we've been properly introduced.
Yes, you did see Sonny. Sonny got his snacks. He grabbed a handful of them and then ran over to go find a bunch of other kids to play with. Archie just smiles and goes, "This is my man Harrow. He doffed the armor for the evening to be able to enjoy things a little bit better with his wife and child.
You do have a
Pepper.
face.
Oh,
It's
well,
better
that's
in
good.
shadow. Well, it serves me better in shadow."
Well, it's good to see you. It's good to meet you as well, madam. My name's William. This here is Annalise.
Hello.
I'm sure she has told you about us already, but always nice to make formal introductions.
Yes, of course. She kind of like, I'm just gonna move Oni because tokens. She kind of steps forward between you guys and walks in there with the baby in her arms. Yes, my name is Sarah. I've heard so much about you guys, especially you two. This is really cool.
Oh, the circus or meeting us?
Meeting you. I mean, we see these kinds of carnivals, these festivities. They happen, frequently. But travelers from the material? That's rare. That's really rare.
Oh, well, shucks. Well, I'm not sure how to. Well, obviously it's a compliment, but I'm not the best with compliments as direct as these, so I apologize if I seem like I'm stammering.
She just sort of smiles as the young baby like reaches out their arms towards you, like, "Ah!" Like towards your horns. She kind of just like adjusts her in her arms and kind of goes, "Sorry about them."
Oh, it's quite all right. I guess Ken will like lean down and let the baby touch his horns.
Okay. You kind of lean down. Roll me another insight check.
I'm not gonna waste any more flashes, jeans. 'Cause
It'll be fine.
See, that's
There
what
you
you
go.
have to do.
Hey!
As you kind of lean down close to this child, there's a memory. Long ago. Not that long ago, but long ago. They're familiar. You've seen what this face might become. When you came back from the dead and looked upon your friend's true face before they fixed it. And as you kind of like look down at this young child, black hair, brown eyes, you kind of lock eyes with them and you lower your horns and and they kind of like rub their hands against the horns, just kind of feeling the soft ridges of the horns and the and they smile. She kind of like, the woman kind of smiles down at you. See, now isn't it so interesting? Travelers from beyond have things like the horns, but they're not like the satyr horns. They're different. It's got a shine to it. A whole different feel, isn't it? Kind of just like gives her a little bit of a coo. Looks at you. Thank you. You stand back up. Well, I guess we should find our what are we doing? And looks over her shoulders at Archie, and Archie just smiles and goes, puts his hands up in the air. I don't know what's going on. We're just waiting for something to happen, I'm sure. And in that moment, one of the other entertainers steps out in the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out to the Midnight Fair this evening. If I could get everyone to take a few steps back, we will get ready for tonight's festivities. And he kind of like motions for the people over here to kind of just like move back a little bit. I grabbed Sonny's by accident. People start kind of like backing away from him. Perfect. Now, as you all have no doubtedly guessed, we are finding ourselves without a stage or seats, and while I'm sure you wouldn't mind staying on your feet throughout our entire event this evening, it would be so much better if we had some sort of audience, a little bit more comfort, something we're more used to here in the face. So, I would like to ask our very, very special guest to come on out and help us out. A man whom should need no introduction to most of you, and kind of looks at the crew of Outworlders that have gathered here in the middle in front of him, and smiles at you all. But for those of you who are guests among us, I would like to ask our Lord, Protector of the Fen of Winter, Bastille, to please step forward and assist us with tonight's entertainment. And as there's like this kind of like murmur and a little bit of applause, you look in the distance as a taller man, black hair, tattoos on his face, wearing like rugged furs around his shoulders, stands up. He has a crew of Winter Eladrin kind of just surrounding him on all sides, and has a couple of the entertainers that are attending to him. And as he stands up, the entertainer, or the guy in the middle, motions back with his left hand towards him as Bastille, Lord of the Fen of Winter, steps towards the center of the opening. The entertainers kind of branch out, and he steps forward. Welcome, my subjects. Thank you for joining us this evening within Sarnau. It is my deepest pleasure to be able to present to you the Midnight Fair in its greatest glory. And as he stands to his full height, he raises one hand in the air, and there's a twirling of magical lights. All these sparkling lights that have been filling the area around him swirl around his hand as he begins to mutter with this like almost backward speech of a language that you've heard. You've heard Sylvan a few times since you've been here, this kind of like reverse of Sylvan. And as the light grows to a crescendo, can everyone roll me a perception check? My festival music that I found. Powerful, powerful, powerful.
Doing great. Okay. Well, at least one of us can understand things going on.
Right.
Somebody's got a perception, at least.
So as his... I need the other one kind of going with it. As the light hits a crescendo, Oni, you hear the click of a fingers, like a snap. But it doesn't seem to come from the location where Bastille is before you. And in that very moment, there is a disturbance and a bunch of shouting as a stage and a whole bunch of chairs manifest seemingly out of nowhere, filling this area. The stage before you, about 5 feet off the ground, with these large curtains, all in these bright pastel colors, similar to the ones that all of the entertainers are wearing, with these massive 5-foot wide, 8-foot tall braziers casting light into this area. And as the light fades and you hear all these shouts of people as they are displaced by the benches, Bastille bows down, not low, but just like 30 degrees. Please take your seats. The festivities shall begin shortly. And him and his retinue are going to step over and walk over here while I
That was
arrange
so
tokens.
cool. How did he do that?
Beats me.
I'm more surprised no
I'm
one got crushed. Hey, where are we sitting?
I want to sit in the front. Is there anywhere in the front to sit?
Oh, we can find a space here. He walks over here. Excuse me, my good man. This guy gets out of the way. If you don't mind, we're just gonna go ahead. Just sits down, and the people that were here kind of look down at Archie, who smiles and gives them like a little wave of his fingers, and they just give him like a light bow, kind of walk away. Order Sarnau.
Well, okay. I
Motion.
guess that answers that question.
Front row.
Yes.
All right.
See everything.
Can't move my character.
You can't? Oh no!
Oh, no.
Oh no! I forgot Nick! Oh no! I forgot to do Nick!
No,
Move
Nick.
mine either.
I did everybody but Nick's. Oh no! I did Aerith's. Oh no! You have 2.
Oh my god.
Not again.
I had to get new tokens made for,
Right.
Because of what
Our new
Chekhov
art.
made.
Yeah. And I got a new Todd too. As the festive music around you kind of changes into more of this jovial upstep tune, still not quite sure where it's all coming from, but, you find seats as the entertainers start getting up onto the stage and seem to be like holding out their hands. There's little casts of magic between the curtain rods as they finish setting everything up now that has been established.
Archie, scoot down a little bit. We gotta make room
Oh,
for
yeah, right,
Harold
right,
and
right.
his wife too.
Yes, of course. Why don't we go ahead and we'll just go ahead and all do a little bit of a group scooch, huh? Group scooch.
Scooch, scooch.
I didn't realize you're grabbing us all at once. My
Sarah and the BB sit down next to
I did-
Archie and kind of like look
Hello,
past
baby.
him and smile at you. Sits down. Everybody kind of finds their seats. You look over your shoulders to see that Sunny has found himself a group of kids. I'm just going to copy Sunny's token, and they're going to be kid. There's just a whole mess of them back there in the back row that are just like snacking on things and making noise, but they're in the back row. So Archie just sort of waves back to him and gives him like a look of "Don't make me come back there." And
He settles down.
eh, I don't know if he settles down.
Behave just enough.
Just enough, right? But yeah, you guys sit down and wait for me to get all these tokens moved. I had initially set them up with them in their chairs already, but then when I took away the chairs, It looked really dumb because everyone was in straight lines.
Mia will turn to Archie as well because he's sitting right next to her. Just, how did that other guy make all the stuff appear?
That is the Lord of the Winter Fen. That is the Archfey known as Bastille. He is of the four most powerful Archfey in this entire realm. There's very little he can't do.
I think they said that we were trying to find him. Do you think he would talk to us?
Kind of like weighs his head back and forth. I have a little bit of pull with him. If you wanted to, we could potentially have a conversation.
You guys are friends?
Well, I'm his representative here within Sarnau. I am his, for all intents and purposes, Duke of this village, of this territory. I wouldn't call us friends, more business partners.
Business friends.
Yes.
Well, yeah. If you could, if we could talk to him, that would be really cool. Because, like I said, I think we're supposed to find something about him that I don't really know what they wanted to talk to him about, but I know that there was his name, and that sounds familiar.
Very well. I wasn't even aware he was going to be making an appearance until, well, I'd gone back to pick up Sunny and Harrow's family, so I should probably have a conversation with him as well.
This must be a really important circus if he's here.
Either that or something detoured him. Interesting. Well, either way, we can unravel that mystery now that I have finished moving all these tokens. So as the patrons eventually find their seats, the general murmur of voices kind of grows down to like this dull roar of noise. More snacks and drinks are brought out as the entertainers, the more like waiters of the entertainment crew, keep everyone who's sitting nice and happy. The benches are, though they look wooden as you sit on them, they feel like plush couches. The backs like sitting up against these most comfortable like leather seat you could imagine. After another 10 or so minutes, all of the lights within this area, almost like the whole space is cast within a massive bubble of darkness, start to dim until the only lights are the ones on the stage. As the entertainers have kind of finished up their preparations, and from the back, the show begins. And I spent a lot of time trying to think of how to narrate a circus. And a lot of it is just me talking, and that's not as interesting for the story. So as the circus begins, the lights around you dim, and you see as a dozen or so of these actors appear almost by magic from an invisible space, not on the stage, but above it. And as the crowd is kind of watching the wooden platform of the stage, Oni, you spot it as they release their magical incantation and reveal themselves. You look up and can see them standing almost on these imperceptibly thin wires that crisscross across the stage, across the top. And as they kind of each individually jump in the air and backflip down, they land with these different poses that all kind of click together in this massive puzzle piece that ends up in like the shape of a wolf's head. They roll into their next arrangement as they go through this entire routine of basically shadow puppetry, but with entire bodies building 12 to 15 foot tall shadow puppets, like massive forms against the light as their bodies kind of merge together, and you see as the individual forms seem to blend into that shadow, and you can see not a dozen acrobats, but a dire wolf howling towards the sky. You know, a flower, the bloom of of like a tree as it grows up and the branches come out and the willow blossoms fall down. So it's all very almost magical, but you don't sense a lot of actual magic. Little bits here and there, tiny bits of thaumaturgy, little bits of prestidigitation, but not a whole lot. Aerith, can you roll me a perception check, please?
Because my perception is garbage. No, I'm kidding. Perception. Oh.
Garbage. 22.
I know.
As you look around, you kind of like watch the show. Goblets of fine fey wine are brought out for you all to drink, and you sip at them merrily, and you're just enjoying the festivities. You look over to the right, and you look down, and the young baby is just staring at you intently. And then you see what looks like a bubble pop. Like this tiny little spark just off to the left of your face. And you turn, and it's the smallest, tiniest mage hand you've ever seen in your life. Ever. Tiny little baby mage hand manifests, maybe about 3 inches in diameter, sparkling with a purple and pink you haven't seen in a very long time. And as the hand kind of like floats through the air, you look back over at the young baby as they just stare intently, like unblinking. What do you do?
I use... Let me see. I use prestidigitation just to make some like little motes, like little butterfly motes that just fly around the tiny mage hand, and then just kind of like fly in front of the baby's face and onto the stage.
Okay. You create your butterflies, and as you do, you hear a, "Hey, keep it to the show," from behind you. But your butterflies manifest, fly around the sparkling mage hand, crossed in front of all your friends. You see these like string of multicolored butterflies just over towards the baby. They'd like smile and you watch as it pops out of existence. You go back to the show. The show continues as the acrobats are quickly replaced by the Master of Ceremonies, who comes out once again. "Now that we have you all warmed up, let's get the show going for real. I have a few interesting friends to bring from the depths of the Feywild." And I need to actually bring up some notes to remember where these guys are from. Alright. To start from deep within the Court of Summer, we have a Seelie Fawn. He kind of like motions behind him as three of the entertainers lead out this massive, or not massive, but like horse-sized elk that seems to almost radiate with summer heat. I'll actually send you guys some of the pictures.
What is that? What are you?
It has almost like reptilian aspects to it, and it seems to burn,
It
but
looks
not
pretty.
not like a fire. It kind of burns like
It's
just
so pretty.
flickers of heat.
Oh,
off its back.
Karen.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
And as they bring it out, they kind of parade it around. It does like a little bit of like the lockstep. They kind of like snap their fingers and do some verbal motions, and it spins around, and then it'll like rear up on its hind legs and put its head towards the air, and it looks like it's about to regurgitate as its neck kind of pulses a couple times, and there's this like bout of flame that comes out the top. Well, now that we've got things a little spiced up, let's go ahead and get our hot friend back into the tent and cool things down a little bit with a Blinklinks. Now, I'm going to keep this one on a little bit of a mental leash to make sure it doesn't get away from us as the entertainers lead the fawn. I'm just going to put them there and leave them on there.
Blink.
A smaller creature apparates in the center of the stage, seemingly out of nowhere, like a blink step. This almost owl-like lynx white
Ooh.
and spotted, beautiful and majestic, appears, and as it does, three of the wranglers run in from behind the stage, kind of between the curtains, and start keeping their eye on it. There's a you can see these like tendrils of
Don't go
magic
anywhere.
I know.
running running between them that you can hope would keep it from going too far with the blink, but it
Sure.
does a sequence of tricks as well, leaping up onto the wire mesh above the stage and kind of seeming to run through the air, as only someone with like a perception like Oni's would be able to spot these quarter-inch diameter wire threads that are running across the top of this. It's intended to make it look like they're literally walking on air.
Wow, it's flying.
More animals from deep with a brother from deep within the fen of winter, a lunar fox. And again, the Blinklinks is escorted off the stage and back into its tent as a lunar fox is brought on, black with red hues kind of going along it that seem to blend into the shadows and depths of night. It slinks onto the stage
Aerith is in awe.
before, like, sitting back on its hind legs and sitting up pretty with its forelegs up in front of it. And as it sits up, it kind of lowers its head, and its antlers sitting almost directly behind it begin to glow with ethereal moonlight as the entire stage is replaced with the pure and pristine glow of a full moon.
Mhm.
And as
And that's so cool. Can we have one?
No. They are quite rare.
Oh,
They're
man.
also very difficult to keep as pets. They tend to, and as the light reaches its kind of apex, it snaps back into the beast. The beast kind of back into itself and disappears. The handlers who were keeping it kind of bow and then, unconcerned, walk off the
Aw.
stage.
Where'd it go?
Oh, it just went back where it belonged, I'm sure.
The moon?
The fox. The moon rises, the moon
No, but
sets.
so the fox went to the moon?
Oh, maybe. It could be where they are. Let's see. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure I had these all right. Next, another wonderful guest from our friends to the summer lands, a sylvan elk. They lead out this massive creature whose antlers reach up to almost the top of the curtains. It stands 10 feet tall, and its antlers going up another 10 or 15 feet. Actually, I never showed you guys the... so this was the token for the fox. There's the elk.
It's a lot bigger than I thought it was.
That actually should be a medium. It should be medium size.
Okay. I was gonna say for a fox, holy shit. These things
Leaves
are so
it out,
cool.
and it just sort of like clacks across the stage. It seems to be the least trained. They have it like on a muzzle with a lead. There's no bit, but it's just got like the harness around the face, and they're leading it up and down the stage, and there's this kind of majestic flow of almost iridescent hoof falls wherever it steps. And as it reaches the center, they lead it back out and into the tent. And as the master of ceremonies comes back into the center of the stage, goes, and we have one last extreme rarity to show you. We are all familiar with the shapeshifters among us. And he kind of just like smiles out as the crowd kind of laughs as the various half-elven and elvins laugh with the raucous haha, yeah, and I'm a wolf. But tonight we have that which is even more rare than, I would say, our most esteemed guest, Bastille. While it does not carry the power or strength that the archfey that leads us does, nor the respect that he deserves, it should not be ignored. As he kind of turns around, he goes, "Please, come on out." Looks past the curtain as a young man, maybe in his early 20s, elven, but like well built, thick, like strong, kind of pushes his way through the curtains and looks over at everyone. If you would not mind, sir. Kind of just smiles, and as he does, he like lunges his arms forward, and as they do, they burst into claws. And it's like watching somebody transform into a werebear. And as it starts, you hear like murmurs through the crowd, like this is just a werebear. But then you start to see as the arms sprout feathers and grow like wings. It grows larger than any bear and stands up on its hind legs at full height. And as the face finally transforms, you see not just that of a bear, but something
Owl bear.
between a bear and an owl. It's not quite an owl bear, but it is a therian beast. And
What
as
is
he kind of
that?
like
Wholesome?
stands at
I
his
mean, wait.
full height, and the crest and his chest glows with that bluish light. The Therian! There's a like sound of surprise from the crowd as he roars out across, and then applause. Some of the shapeshifters even like stand up and whistle as it roars out, and then kind of like falls down onto its front claws before. Before it literally just turns around and leaps up into those wires. You see it grab one of the wires with its hand, pull itself up into the air, and it is just up over behind the curtain. And to the sound of applause, it is done. The MC applauds with everybody. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, let's keep things going with the acrobats and the animals were what I had. So, I guess clowns,
Oh no!
but
No,
not the
leave.
horrible kind.
Space clowns.
Are there not horrible kinds?
I know. He goes, it'd be hard to follow that act up with anything that we had prepared or planned. Nothing that we could think could follow up such wonderful creatures as those found within the Fae. And so I would like to ask our improv group to please come on to the stage and let's play a little game of, what did you say? As they play Whose Line Is It Anyway? Like half an hour.
So, okay, can I make a suggestion for the name?
Yeah.
Took it not to. Whose line is it? Any Fae?
Well,
Yes. As our esteemed improv troupe can entertain you with a game of... What was it?
whose line is it anything?
Whose line is it any Fae? It left my brain immediately.
Oh,
Whose line is it any Fae? And there's a mix of laughter and groans, and you hear, yeah! I love this! This is the best part! From, like, the back row as Archie just smiles and chuckles to himself. Sarah seems to have been watching with, like, wide, sparkling eyes the whole time. I feel like her token gets masked by the little Beeb, so I'm gonna move BB off. As they smile up. Aerith, can you make me another perception check, please?
Oh god. What does this child want? Slightly better than my last one.
As the roar of the crowd dies down, you kind of like watching the improv troupe set up this kind of makeshift podium off to one side, and then some like booths in the back. It takes about 5 or 10 minutes for them to set up the entire arrangement here, but you glance around as the people are kind of muttering amongst themselves, and you once again see that purple hand floating just about 6 inches away, and you look to your right, and the baby is once again staring at you intently.
Oh god. You would think I would know this because I have a nephew who's practically his age. Let's see.
Throw hands with the baby.
Fight the baby.
Fight the baby.
Roll initiative.
I'll
Fox the Rosebud.
I'll cast Mage Hand as well. And just kind of like, you know, have the hands play with each other.
Okay. As you cast out your Mage Hand, it manifests in your sparkly, multicolored kind of array that, you know, eventually kind of stabilizes. And as the hand floats there, you look over at the baby, and they just seem to have these like wide eyes staring at it, and then they once again furrow their brow intently, staring at you, and you look over and you see as the hand starts floating through the air towards your face.
I use my Mage Hand to stop it.
You put your Mage Hand in the air, and they just float through each other because they're
Incorporeal.
they're not
Yeah.
they're both incorporeal. I don't think mage hands a mage hand can't clap.
There's the sound of one Mage Hand clapping.
Abject silence. And as your hand floats through, the tiny little baby hand kind of gets closer and closer to your face, but it's not going to your face, it's kind of going up and above. What are you doing?
We're wearing our normal outfits, not the fancy ones, right?
Yes, yeah, normal outfits.
I guess I'll take off my hat.
Okay.
And just like flip it over.
Okay, as you grab your hat, you take it off your head, the hand kind of stops, and you lower it in front of you and flip it over.
And then I'll like put my Mage Hand inside and then kind of like twirl my actual hand above it, and then use Prestidigitation to kind of like create like flowers.
Okay.
And then they just like burst with like little sparkles of light.
So you're like spinning it in the air on your mage hand.
No. So like I flip my hat over, kind of like how a magician does it in a performance. And then I just have my Mage Hand go into the hat, and then I like going like how a magician be like, oh, I'm gonna pull a rabbit out of my hat. So I just use Prestidigitation, dismiss my Mage Hand, and then just like flowers appear, and then they just like pop in like colors.
As
Ta-da!
your hand disappears into your hat and is replaced by an explosion of flowers and colors and lights, the baby's eyes go wide. You hear the hee, and the hand snaps to its goal and grabs your hat. You feel it tug lightly against your hat.
I tug back.
I would have you roll a strength check.
But yeah.
Well, it's great chicken to the baby.
I rolled a 1 for them, so you know. As you have this, you're holding onto your hat, and this tiny little mage hand has grabbed onto the hat and is pulling on it, just tugging. You look over, their eyes furrow again. The kind of like smile that had been there after the explosion of flowers turns into a consternated frown, and the hand pulls again. What do you do?
I'll kind of like slightly grab my bag of holding.
Okay.
And then I'll just like quickly like put my hat into the bag.
As you pull, you feel as the baby did not want to give up the hat. And you yank it from their mage hand, and as you do, you hear from down. You hear, "Shh, it's okay. It's okay. Are you all right?" You see like a little flash of magic as Sarah uses Prestidigitation to kind of clean up the baby. No, what's going on? Are you okay? Picks her up. The baby's just crying. The hand has disappeared. It's just
You still
it's
can't
tears and
do it.
screaming.
I think.
How dare you, Aerith?
Shish. After the whose line is it?
They haven't started yet. This
But
is
they
all
haven't
happening while
started
they're,
yet.
this is they're like setting up the stage for it, so they're getting out a podium for God, I can't remember his name. Oh my God, the main guy
Yeah.
to host from, and then they're setting up like 4 smaller ones in the back for the people to, you know, how they have it set up on the stage.
I'll
Kind of an intermission.
as the baby is crying, I'll pull my hat out, cast Mage Hand, and have it float in secret, like near the ground under the seats, and just like flop on top of the baby's head.
Okay, roll me a deception check.
Oh, I am so good at those. Where's deception?
As you kind of
Cha-ching.
reach in,
Nice.
take your hat out. I mean, you're rolling against a baby, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of... Oni has watched this whole thing go down. Sitting next to you, he's seen as the mage hand has literally like flickered into existence in this kind of like normally a mage hand manifests like in a swirl of color and magic, of unique to each caster, but this time it's almost like it was being forced. Like it flickers a few times before it manifests. Like, yeah. And then as it was going for Aerith's hat, you just sort of watched as Aerith put it away, or heard the screams. You watch as Aerith kind of sighs, takes the hat out, casts his own mage hand, and attempts to kind of sneak it below. All the while, Aerith, you look down and Archie's just sitting back watching you from like behind everybody. Your whole party has seen this go down. But the baby is still crying, and as they're crying, Harrow kind of is like patting their head like, it's all right, it'll be fine, you'll be okay. It'll be fine, we're here, you're fine. Sarah's just like, come on, do you need something to eat? Here, we've got a bottle for you. And she takes like a bottle out, and as she says that, there's a thump of a hat around the baby's head that kind of pushes down their ears, goes down just over their face, and the crying stops for just half a second as Sarah and Harrow look confused because they didn't roll really well either.
Oh my god.
Right? They were distracted. And they look at each other and they look down at you, and then they hear
I'm just like keeping a straight face and just like looking at the stage as it's being prepared.
The baby like takes the hat off with both their hands and is like holding it like he kind of like smacks it against Mom just a little bit, and Sarah's like, oh, no, let's just go ahead. I'm just gonna hold you like this. It's now theirs. They're just sort of they're just smiles and giggles and like hee, and they keep like hitting it against their lap and just seem very, very happy and excited. And and as you look down at the baby and kind of smile, seeing the joy that you've brought this toddler, you hear, we are all set up, so let's go ahead and get started with Whose Line Is It Anyway? He'll introduce your host. There's about 30 minutes or so of comedic improv. More snacks are served, more drinks, more festivities. And yeah, I think that's kind of got all I've got for the circus.
At what point into the circus does the baby throw up in Eric's hat?
I was just getting there. So as we finish Whose Line Is It Anyway, it is snack time. The waiters are still walking up and down the aisle with trays of more like savory meat pies. Actually, they're mostly vegetarian here. You find that there's not a lot of meat. There's a little bit, but not a lot. Because, but most of the things here are vegetarian, but still very well like seasoned, very tasteful. And as Mom and Dad start eating, BB starts kind of crying, and Mom takes out a bottle, and while she's snacking on a meat pie, Dad feeds BB the bottle. BB does not let go of the hat, and it is theirs. But they eat. The show after Whose Line Is It Anyway is another round of acrobatics, this time riding atop different types of smaller mounts, like donkeys, like small, like fey donkeys, things that could actually pick up a little bit of speed on this 100-foot wide or so stage. And as the night's festivities are finally coming to a close, you do hear "Wah!" And Earth, you look over to see BB just and Sarah's looking at you like, I'm so sorry. She spins her fingers. There's a flicker of purplish iridescent light as the sparkles sink down into your hat, and she's going to cast prestidigitation for you. But the whole show takes about 2.5 hours. You guys are well fed and well drunk by the end of it, and the performers get up at the end, give themselves or give the whole audience a bow. The master of ceremony steps forward. Thank you all so much for joining us this fair evening for our wonderful little circus. We have been the Midnight Fair, and we will be here, well, until you tell us to leave, because that's just how we are. So, come back and see us again next time we have the inkling to host another show. We'll get the word out. You know how it is. And please feel free to come up and say hi after the show. Have a wonderful evening, all. Remember, donations are appreciated, but nothing is required. Your smiles and the joy you have brought me is payment enough for the Midnight Fair. He gives like a deep bow as the crowd applauds. And you guys are free to enjoy the rest of the evening. As the entertainer, I'm just gonna put the entertainers up here. As they head up onto the stage and people break from their seats, Archie leans over. So, that was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
That was so cool.
It was. I loved the improv bits. It's just I love putting people on their place. It's on the spot, making them make shit up. It's so.
What to
Okay.
say
I
to
liked
your
it.
dog and not your girlfriend?
I liked it, but I didn't really understand any of the jokes, I think.
I'm sorry, my dear. A lot of it is based in social hierarchies and making fun of expectations and things like that. So I could imagine with your unique perspective that was a bit confusing. But I am glad you had fun either way.
I figured I would just laugh when everybody else did.
I can just imagine Mia just waiting. Hears the laughter from the crowd and just go, ha 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 ha.
There's one that's like, oh, and you start with the laughter and then you go, oh. But, give me just 2 minutes to go feed my dog because she will drive us crazy if I don't.
With
Will
a
you
squeaky
guys-
toy.
That and
No, she
Yeah.
needs yeah, she only gets fed once a day, so she kind of needs food at 6 or else she gets very hungry.
I guess.
So I'll be right back.
I wonder if I'm gonna get my hat back.
Are you willing to steal it from a baby again?
Yeah.
I mean, they'll never remember, right? They're just a baby.
Yeah.
Of course they're gonna have it.
It'll probably be like
This
when,
could be
when
this
they're
could be
leaving.
the inciting moment where you send Rose into Shenaniganville. You know, you take the hat, and suddenly they think, "Oh, I can take whatever I want."
I had that taken from me as a child. I can take whatever I want. That's how it works, right?
Look what you've done, Aerith. Look what you've done.
That's all you
What
want,
you've done.
All Aerith's fault.
right?
Yeah, blame the pink one. Great.
To be fair, your
You're
luck
the
is so
monster.
bad, it's just easier to blame you.
yeah,
Just blame it on your bad luck.
Womp womp.
As the crowd begins to disperse, Sarah will walk up with BB in arm and her the hat in her hand, and she's gonna walk over to Aerith and kind of hold it out. Thank you so much. They really enjoyed her. Just something to mess with. I made sure to give it a good cleaning, but you still might want to have it professionally washed.
thanks.
She kind of gives you like a smile. What'd you guys think of the show? That was a lot of fun, right?
So cool. I liked the part where they were flying, even though like it's not too weird. Most of us can fly, but other people usually can't fly.
It is. I have heard quite a bit about the oddity that you have. So, if you say you all can fly, I believe you.
Most of
I
us,
don't
Nicholas
meet
can't
many.
I could fly if I want.
If I want.
fly. You usually just ride with Aerith.
No, because it's much simpler.
Sure.
And also, I'm
is.
an old man. I don't want to concentrate on flying and fall and
Too old
break
for
it.
that.
Exactly.
He just really enjoys being the little spoon. Is all.
I left
Yeah.
my magic carpet at home. All right.
I mean, who doesn't, man? Don't ever shame the little spoon. The little spoon's the best spoon.
Look at me. I am required to be the little spoon. I am this tall. I can't be the big spoon. It's not possible.
That's just jetpacking,
Hey, you can be a little backpack on somebody. It's easy.
right?
Don't sell yourself short.
There we go.
I am short though.
The entertainers on the stage, kind of just for anyone to come up and say hi to.
See if I can't find the same guy that me and I spoke to the other day.
Okay. Yeah, he would be this guy here up on the end. He was one of the acrobats that did like the opening act that was dancing up on the wires and doing the shadow puppets with his body.
I'll go over there and say hi to him.
As you approach, you can go up onto the stage. Like I just had them lined out like this because I don't want to move all the tokens again. All the people have dispersed. There's probably about 200 or 300 people that have come out to this. And all the people are dispersing. Some are leaving. Some are just milling about. A bunch are getting up onto the stage. The large Therian in the back is kind of just like standing at his full height, and some of the more adventurous kids are walking up next to him and like saying hi and kind of just getting close to the big scary, not quite werebear. But everyone's kind of just like hanging out. Really. Is kind of the vibe, and as you approach, he just looks over at you and smiles, goes, "You made it! Wonderful, wonderful! What did you think of the show? I saw you there in the front row."
It was quite exceptional, sir. You guys did a fantastic job.
Oh, thank you so much. That means a lot, just to know that you all enjoyed yourselves, had fun, and took in the splendor of our world.
Where would I make donations?
Oh, let's see. And he looks over, and he's going to kind of wave over to the master of ceremonies, who's now talking to this woman over here, and he's going to kind of come on and say, "Yes, what do we? What's going on? What?"
Hello, sir. I'd like to make a donation for the excellent job you guys did with the performance.
Absolutely. Here, sure. Come on back here. Let's take you back to our little encampment, and you can drop off whatever you feel is fair for the entertainment. And he kind of gives the other one like a very genuine, just smile of appreciation, and kind of puts his hand on your shoulder, and he'll lead you actually just down these stairs because there's a big Therian blocking those. Back over to here. So, this is so difficult. I hate having to ask, but what could you provide the midnight fair that could help us bring joy and happiness to all those around us?
I can give you guys a bunch of food and water, if that's.
He reels up. You were the young man who.
More food.
Yes. It was actually very, very helpful. Normally, it's difficult to get enough, and having something that's just filling, but not absolutely. Here, actually, we still have all of the crates and barrels you used last time, and he'll kind of like lead you over to this tent. Here is a like a storehouse. It has two entrances, one here, and as you like head in, you can see it's got crates piled high. They're definitely camped here for a long time. These are permanent, semi-permanent encampments. But he shows you a bunch of empty crates and barrels that can be easily filled with food and water. Activate your create food and water spell from your armor, and as the light kind of coalesces into it and flashes out with that platinum spark of your magic, he watches as Simon did
45 pounds of food, no big deal.
Simon did say that you had a way with magic, and that your your girlfriend had a way with it as well. I'm glad to see that he was not lying. This is incredible. Thank you so much. This will help a great deal, and will make for a wonderful treat after today's show.
Well, I'm glad to be of some help, especially after, again, fantastic work you guys did. I really appreciate it. I haven't really had a lot of time to really sit down and relax and enjoy festivities recently, so this was a nice change of pace. I really appreciate it, truly.
He nods and smiles. There's no insight check needed. When you mention that this is unusual for you, this kind of like being able to slow down, there's a look of almost shock and like on his face, and then he kind of like remembers who he's talking to, and he recomposes himself in that kind of like few seconds. But it seems unusual that relaxation is hard to find here. But he kind of nods. Well, I am glad that we've been able to provide you a respite from the rigors of life on the material. I don't know how you got here. I don't know how you're getting home. But if you ever find yourself back here, please do try to find us, and we would be more than happy to entertain you again.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. And speaking of material plane, which segues to finding my girlfriend. Where is my girlfriend?
Who's petting the fox?
It's so fluffy.
As you run up, you kind of hop onto the stage in this magical big leap where you kind of fly just a little bit, just to jump into the air in this arc. You land in front of it, and the tamers who are kind of holding it with that magical leash look at you and give you a nod as you like crouch down in front of it. It just sits there and looks regally at you. The antlers still have a little bit of that spark of moonlight on them, but it's nowhere near as bright. Would you like to pet him?
Yes. Can I pet him?
Absolutely. He's very friendly. He likes to be scratched right at the base of the horns, just right. And she kind of like points right behind his ear at the base where the horns, the antlers.
Mia just sits and pets this creature.
Roll me an animal handling.
I'm sure that'll go well.
Okay. You give it a loving scritch, and as you're loving on this creature, you feel it almost feels like it's purring, but it's lower and slower and like deeper, and it resonates through you and kind of like this.
I want one. They're so cute.
Like the woman that had introduced you to him. Let's see. His name is Albus. He's very rare.
Albus.
Kind of pets him, but he is one of our most favorite denizens.
Where do you find them? Just out in the wild?
Well, yes, mostly within the northern reaches. These are creatures that live out near Grockheim, beyond Dardark. Like this is far beyond the seat of the Winterfen. They live in small communities, but very rarely do they leave them. This young one, unfortunately, his family didn't make it, and we found him at just a young age. All of our friends are rescues, actually. We wouldn't take any of the natural denizens from their environment, but those that have had a more difficult go of things, either through hunters or the natural way of the world, we try to offer them a different life, one that can help them share the love and light within their own hearts.
Do they like being part of the circus? I would like being part of the circus.
She looks down at it. You see as she raises her hand in the air and kind of like does this hand motion, there's a small incantation that she speaks in that same reverse Sylvan. She looks down at the creature, says something, almost sounds like a chirping growl. The creature looks up. Says this is his home, and he loves it here.
I'm so glad. Well, if I can't, if you said they're rare and I can't find one myself, I have a weird question then.
Okay.
Can I just have like a little bit of his fur?
Make me a persuasion check. She kind of looks down. You've been scratching him this whole time, right?
Yeah.
You hear. Yes, that would be fine. A small trimming from right here. We can definitely do that. They'll cut you like a 3-inch long clump of like nice, clean moonlight fur that seems to shimmer with like the blackness of the absence of light, like space.
Thank you. She'll just
course.
very, very carefully put it into like a small little like cloth.
As Ken approaches it this time, having given his donation to the fair, what are the rest of you doing? Anybody have any?
I'm just kind of chilling, watching Aerith interact with the little baby and the freshly cleaned hat while he's munching on another one of those sticks that they're so proud of.
Nicholas would probably be doing a few notes on the creatures that he's never seen before.
Yeah, these you've heard of. Let's see, actually, roll me a nature check.
I'd probably only heard about like one or two of them. I doubt I
Yeah.
heard about all of them.
You've heard of the oh God, what would I call it? The summer elk, summer fawn. This one I can't remember the name. It was like a deer, looked like
Kirin.
You've heard of those? Yeah, the Kirin.
Kinnan.
The Kirin looking one. Talked about in like legends of the Fae as maybe like a source of where the legend of the Kirin came from. But as each of these creatures came out, especially the Therian, seeing a shapeshifter transformation that isn't between animal and human, that goes into something that is very obviously magically and arcanely like augmented, that is unique. You've never even really heard of a Therian before.
Alright, yeah, I'll just add those to my notebook.
So Oni crunches and Nick scribbles anything for Aerith?
I mean, does the baby want anything else?
As the hat is handed back, the baby kind of like frowns a little bit and then looks up at you and smiles wide and and like holds arms out like towards you with like grabby hands.
I'll just go, sorry, but this hat is special to me, and just like give the baby a little handshake.
Okay, as you reach out and take their hands, they he, and you feel like a little spark of magic just in their hands. Nothing that would cause damage, but just like this tiniest bit of God, what is willpower essentially? Like this spark of magic just being summoned and focused from this child as they giggle at you. And then Sarah goes, all right, well, I'm going to go and get this one home now that we've gotten through the circus. They need to get their rest, otherwise I will never get any rest. So it has been lovely. And she kind of turns around and looks at Harrow, meeting all of you. I hope to see you once you're back from your trip. And if you find yourselves back here within our neck of the woods, please come and see us again. I know that a little one would love to meet you when they could remember it. She just smiles.
As a farewell, I'll do like another hat trick. I'll like summon a small firebolt, throw it into the hat, have it dispersed, and then just do like larger fireworks, just like harmless
Set your
little
hat on fire.
fireworks.
Roll me a performance check with advantage.
Okay.
If you roll a 1, your hat sets on fire.
Okay. As you flip your hat into the air and cast your fireball cantrip, it hits there. I mean, 11, that's not bad. You get the cantrip in there. There's a little bit of like a spin that you weren't expecting. You kind of have to readjust your prestidigitation cantrip to get the sparks and everything to look right. So there's a little bit of like a stagger in the magic trick of it. But as the sparks go off and the area kind of fills with light and you reach out and grab your hat in the air, the baby just and just like giggles and starts laughing like from the lowest parts of their soul, just like full-bodied laughter. And Sarah smiles and thank you so much. It's been lovely meeting you. Have a great evening and take care of my Harry. He's important to us. All right. Smiles and gets herself up to full and walks over.
Have a safe
Harrow,
trip home.
she gives you a wave with her left hand. Harrow and Archie have been kind of talking, discussing things. She walks up, exchanges a few words. He reaches down, kind of like puts his arm around her back and kisses her on the forehead, and then reaches over and kisses the baby on the forehead, and scratches their head, and gives them a nod, and kind of steps out of the way. They're gonna head home. After that, Archie will walk over. Ken, as you head over to Mia, Mia is full on loving on this lunar fox that's just like loving her back. I mean, just the look of adoration of all the scritches.
I'll just observe, not really interrupting, but you know, it's like showing like letting me know that I'm here. I'm just checking in on her.
Oh, okay. Well, it is time to go. There's things we need to do. She'll just give one last pet. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Ken, I'm gonna put this in your bag for safekeeping. And she hands you the little cloth with the fur in it. They're really rare, but they're so cool, and maybe someday... I know there are spells you can use to make things from parts of them, like...
Oh no.
So that I wouldn't have to go find one, because I think they're endangered. But I can make one.
We'll see. We'll try. We'll see.
Alright, well, here, can I put this in your bag just to keep it safe?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. That's,
Yes.
we need to go, we need to talk to Archie, because he said that he knows Bastille. You keep saying his name, and we need to talk to him. I feel like this would be a good chance to.
Yeah. Let's. I guess we'll find Archie and see if we can't request an audience.
All right. You look out from the stage to see as Sarah and the baby are walking off into the town, and look over to see Archie and Harrow heading back over to where Aerith, Nick, and Oni are still sitting. As Archie kind of walks up towards Aerith. So, are we going to go and have ourselves a little conversation? Looks around. Where did the other two go? Oh, he waves over to you, Ken and Mia. Come and join us.
Come on, Ken.
Yep. I'm right behind you.
Go. Talk to Archie.
Harrow just sort of sits down next to Oni in that same kind of passive guardian. pose that
Okay.
he always takes. Archie. Good. So, what did you need to talk to the boss about?
I don't know. My friends say his name a lot, and so I figured that was important.
You have asked quite a few questions about him. Looks at Ken, looks at Aerith. I guess, well, he doesn't say the names because he doesn't know them.
Well, I know. So out of character, I knew we were talking about meeting him, but I don't remember if we ever discussed plans to like actually talk to him if we found him.
I don't know what you guys were planning to do.
Me neither. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I just know that we were going to talk to Bastille about something.
Yeah, I don't remember.
About the political climate of different courts, about if he's got a son, because we know Thorn in the future, all kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, right.
I don't think any of the
The
questions
future.
were serious, just more curiosity kind of stuff to try and figure out what happens.
Yeah. Speaking of child, we got some stuff to talk about when we get back.
He's just like,
Mm.
okay, is it going to be a fun conversation?
Well, it's more of a personal talk between us five. No disrespect, of course. It's just I just it's kind of sensitive
I
information.
totally understand. We all have to have our secrets, right? Maybe one day they'll all come out in the open. But until then, I trust you. I just need to know what I'm telling. I need to go talk to him anyway. So am I bringing him over here? Are we going to him? How do we play this?
Well,
Tell him to come here.
No, that'd be
I
kind of
don't-
rude.
Yes, we don't. I don't tell him
Let's
anything.
walk to him.
Probably smarter. All right.
Yeah, let's be respectful about this situation.
Tell him
Okay.
to come here, she says.
All right. So you guys are going over to him?
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
we're going to him.
Gee. All right. Well, I think I saw him head back towards one of the other tents. So let's go and see if we can find him or his winter guard. As you all kind of trek around the right-hand side of the stage, down past where these like supply tents are. There's a larger kind of ornate-looking tent, and out front of it is a stool on which Bastille is sitting. It's more of a bench, just kind of leaned back. He has a pipe in one hand. There's a trail of smoke coming out of it, and he has 3 of the Winter Eladrin all in full like uniformed regalia, armor with it looks like a spear, but the end of the blade is like a thin glaive, and it's all kind of like tucked into the shoulder of their arm, and they're all just standing there like at attention, watching as anyone approaches. As you guys walk up.
Can I insight the way he said winter guard? That sounded like it had a lot of disdain in it.
Sure, roll me an insight check.
Has some stank on it.
There's definitely some stank on it. Archie hasn't been one to pull the punches on the people he feels things about, and he definitely has feelings about the Winter Guard that protect Bastille.
He doesn't like them, or
The sense that Oni gets is that they are a nuisance that he hates having to deal with. They're the rigidity of like the summer court.
Icicles.
Like
No, I'm kidding.
yeah. I mean, it's not far off. It's yeah. So it just seems like it's the vibe you get is somebody who's having to do something or talk to somebody that they really just don't want to because they're just an annoying kind of person. But as he leads you all up. He'll walk towards the Eladrin. We'll kind of watch him wearily. And as Bastille takes a smoke from his pipe, he looks over, his eyes narrow, and he stands up. I was wondering when you were going to come over and say hi. Archie bows down. My lord, I was just giving you ample time to enjoy the night's festivities, to relax, and for me to get a little bit drunker for this conversation. I have a few interesting curiosities I'd like to introduce you to. And Bastille kind of like looks at him and then looks over at your group and looks back.
Mia waves.
Let's go in the tent. Archie nods and looks over at you guys. Them two? He just nods. Them two. Okay. He'll lead you into the like royal tent essentially. Harrow stays out, and you just hear like low muttering of him talking to the Eladrin. Do you guys follow him in?
I
Into the
do,
tent.
yes.
Into the
Okay.
Into
Head
the
on
woods.
in.
Sorry.
The front of the tent is closed. Bastille flops down into like a big mass of furs and cloths. There are a few other like they're how to describe it? It's very
Arabian.
like, yeah, thank you. That was the right. I was trying to think of like the right culture, but it's very Arabian. Everything's on the floor. There's pillows and blankets, rugs and carpets. There's just a lot of like comfort in here. And as he flops down, he looks over each of you and he kind of like holds out his pipe. Anybody like any?
What is it?
Good.
Okay.
Spin it around and hand it to you, and Archie smiles and sits down next to him and watches you. Do you take a draft?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right,
He said it was
roll-
good.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
I'm going to die.
It's hookah. Or something stronger.
Surprisingly good
Hey,
constitution.
that's surprisingly good save. You take a hit, and it hits you with this almost like caustic smell at first, this burning that then quickly gives way to an almost sweeter, oaky kind of undertone. And as it sets into the back of your throat and down in your lungs, like in your sinuses, you feel this like warmth kind of radiate around you. You find yourself falling back into the seats that are in here, and as you do, it's almost like standing in the sun. Something you haven't really had since you've been here. There is no real sun. It's all just perpetual twilight. But anytime you've been outside, you've been able to feel that kind of feeling of heat, energy on your skin. This kind of like transfer. Very, very faint, very light. And it's not until you're in this state of mind, Mia, and relax that you can feel the transfer, the exchange of energy, not from the sun, not from light or heat, but just from the world. Everything is constantly exchanging its fuel, its power, its energy in this constant flow of back and forth and give and take. And as you kind of like take in this moment of you are a part of everything and everything is a part of you, Archie reaches out and grabs the pipe from you. That might have been a lot, but you do look like you're handling it pretty well. Kind of holds it out. Does anybody else want to try any? Before he takes a hit.
I'll pass.
No, thank you. I
will-
have my own.
I will also pass.
Your loss. He takes a nice long drag of it and hands it back over to Bastille, who takes it and doesn't even seem to like acknowledge anything. So, outworlders from the material plane. I can tell that much because you are not Fae. Some of you seem to bear that ancestry, and I cannot tell what you two are. He narrows his eyes at Ken and Mia, and Archie leans back. They're the children of the gods, Bastille. Bastille looks at him and goes, that's impossible. The gods have not had progeny on the world since before the spell plague. As well,
That's what
They're-
people keep telling us, though.
their presence here seems to speak differently, so I am just fascinated by all of this. and I felt that you needed to meet them as well. They seemed to know a little bit about you and wanted to get to know you. He kind of looks at each of you. You know of me. From beyond this plane, how?
Given stories from people that originated from here.
Roll me a deception check.
I mean, it's not.
Right, that's
Or
not
persuasion,
deceptive.
or persuasion. I could
I was
take
gonna say that's honesty.
We definitely got him from some. He's being Thorn telling us the story.
That is true. That is true. So it is.
Either way, it's a 1.
Oh my god.
Alright.
It's fine. It's a
Fine.
different contest of roles when you're persuading. So as you say this, he kind of like narrows his eyes and goes, "What kind of stories of me?" He looks over at Archie. You trust that they're not lying. And Archie shakes his head. This one gave me her real name, and I can tell you that they are not lying.
I'm not allowed to do that anymore.
That's probably why it's not too much. Bestial chuckles. Well, you know of me then. What can I do for you?
Well, sir, I'm not really sure how to go about saying this. We've heard, well, obviously, we've heard tales of your daring do, but we've also heard tales of Tanya. We've it's very difficult to say this without saying the wrong thing. Just be very careful when it comes to Titania. I understand that she's trying to place some very rigid rules and regulations here, and I've heard plenty of times that doesn't flow well around here. So just all I ask is, in the near future, just be careful around them.
He looks at Archie. Archie kind of just patches his gaze and gives him like a half shrug. Bastille looks back towards you. It is true that she has become more difficult in recent years. It sizes you. Make me a persuasion check.
Oh boy. One of my many weaknesses.
What's
we
the
don't
worst that
have
can
any more potions of those charisma things.
Next campaign's going to be a bard, a sorcerer, 2 paladins. I'm calling it right now. All charisma casters.
Get out of my head.
Flash of genius.
Okay. Okay. So 13. Just sort of. I will keep your warning in mind, but I do not wish to alter any normal behavior because of her.
Oh, yes, of course. Just, I mean, that's a given, but
Nods.
I wouldn't say to be on red alert around her and her entourage. Just, nice little yellow alert. I like to say. I like to call it.
We are mildly curious as to the current situation with Titania.
The current situation is she's losing her goddamn marbles. He takes a drink from a goblet. She's become militaristic almost. Not in action, but just in her view, control. Archie nods. It's true. Her hand has become much heavier lately. Filled with fear, almost. Concern.
Do you think this is due to outside influence?
They once again exchange like a 2-second glance. Several years ago, there was an event here within the Feywild that has gone unexplained. A ripple, like a log falling in a pond. But that log was the size of a country and the pond very far away from us. We only felt the very edges of the ripple, but we could tell that it traveled from far and was powerful. Councils were brought together to discuss what this could mean for the Fae, and we have not had any sign of degradation of our world or lifestyle, and so majority of the courts have agreed that it was a fluke or some repercussion of you all. And he kind of like motions with a dismissive hand motion, not meaning to be insulting, but obviously referring to people from the material plane and being insulting.
Fair enough.
To
How many
Tanya,
times have through 2 bags of holding? We did that. Couple time wars. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can see where he's coming from. He's not wrong in saying
Tanya
you all.
is of the opinion that these changes are harbingers of darker times. Times that have not come in millennia, darker than even the ascension or attempted ascension and the spell plague that followed. Shakes his head. Your people should know better than to try that again, and so we are not. She is taking it far more seriously than the rest of us. We are watching through our agents and eyes within your world, but it just seems to be the normal sequence of events. Cities burn and people thrive. Others die while others live. It is the way of your world.
What exactly triggered the event?
We're not quite sure, as Archie kind of chimes in, giving him I'm going to give you a chance to break. Have a break. We're not quite sure. Anyone attuned to the established kind of weave of our world felt it, more predominantly amongst us, the Archfey, that rule over these various different domains here, being so closely tied to things. It felt like a shockwave, like when a storm rolls in, and you know it's coming because the wind changes direction and the pressure changes. It was like that. Ominous, but not.
And you believe it
overtly.
originated from the material plane?
No. That's the thing. We looked into that, and it doesn't seem to originate from the material. We're not sure where, but it was felt there by some of our agents, but not to the extent that we would have assumed had it been sourced from the material. So, somewhere else. But
so along the edge of the material, then probably.
we believe that it were mortals that did this. Whether it is your people that live within the material or the outer planes themselves, we're not sure. It didn't come from here, it didn't come from the material plane, and as far as we can tell, nothing like that would have originated from within the Shadowfell. That leaves the outer planes.
Was there an event that happened? Wait, how long ago was this?
It's been a few years. Time doesn't always flow correctly. Long enough for her to have become more introverted and afraid. Perhaps 3 or 5 years, given your time. Archie kind
Okay.
of looks and smiles at you all.
Was there any big event that happened that I can think of?
I got a good idea.
24 some odd years ago. All right, what happened? So
Out of character. Out of
yeah,
character.
out of character.
The explosion at the interplanar defense teleporter.
You
thing?
know what? Yeah, you are correct. That time matches up, right?
That's the only thing I can think of.
I'm sure that's fine. An interplanar gateway connecting all the planes.
I don't remember the date on the memorial.
It was 25 years ago from your relative time.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yep, and it would also track why she suddenly started acting different because everywhere the cult and fucking Severin has gone, he has weaseled his way in and found a foothold somewhere high up the chain of command.
Now the real question is, do we tell them this?
If it fucks up the timeline even more than we kind of tweaked it, then I don't think so. I mean, I'm already pushing it, telling him to be careful around Titania, so I don't think we should push it even further.
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
whatever we say is what happens anyways. That's the problem with time. You never know.
Yeah. We don't know because we don't have like solid recorded history for a lot of this stuff because it's not even on the same fucking plane.
We just have a giant.
convenient.
We can't
time
really.
gap.
They got word that something was gonna happen, so they were able to prepare, and things only got as bad as they did, and not worse because of it. We have no fucking way of knowing if we should tell them or we don't. It's a conundrum.
I love it so much. I've just oh god.
We don't know if it's set in stone, like everything that we're already doing has already passed, or
You do know that the future is malleable. You've proven it.
Mhm.
Calling Nick and changing Nick's own past. Now, whether or not that was always there, or was a change, you're not 100%, but you have affected things from where you are. Maybe the effect you have to have is one, like, indecision could stop you from having an effect that you're supposed to have.
Yeah.
So now it comes to, we don't want to fuck with time, but what is the moral decision? What is the right decision in terms of morality? I would say we probably should tell them that we at least kind of have an idea of what happened and that it wasn't our fault.
Hmm.
'Cause, I mean, to me, that doesn't change too much. Like, oh yeah, someone blew up the police station in another world. He's gonna be like, okay.
Okay.
All right, bet.
I guess that should be fine at least.
Why
Like, I'm
why
not
don't
gonna
we
say,
ask
hey, there's
those-
cults, they're here to take your world. It's just like, we can be like, yeah, we know what happened.
Why don't we
have an
ask him
idea.
if he's seen anybody in Tanya's court, higher up advisors, people she trusts with the Cult of the Dragon's, like, claw insignia.
I doubt
Well,
that'd be
I mean,
obvious.
we don't have. I mean, we don't know. That's the problem.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we can ask if there's anyone new in court at the very least.
I mean, ask about the insignia. There's no point not asking about the insignia.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right, just
Yeah.
hey, you seen anything like this, and you can show them yours.
Have you seen this picture before?
Have you seen this man? And we show him the picture of the person people swear they saw in their dreams over like that 3-year period where everybody across the United States said they saw it. It's just that picture. Have you seen this man?
Yeah, I mean, Oni, you have the insignia if you want to ask him if they've seen anybody with that.
Well, mine's been doctored now, so it would be a little bit. I could show like have you seen this, but not this sort of deal.
We can
Kinda
just
like
draw a quick picture.
Yeah.
We all have paper
Yeah,
and pen. We'll
that's
just draw him a picture.
That
Yeah,
you have
I'll
seen
do it.
more than enough of them to be able to draw it. And as you sketch it out, you run it by the two of them. They both give it a good look. I'm sorry, I haven't seen anybody in any of the courts wearing anything like that, or wearing. You said purple. Only that. I mean, aside from you, my dear, but you're obviously just lovely. Bastille shakes his head. Can't say I've ever seen anything like that before.
That's
That's
promising.
good.
Yeah, that means they
Anyone
haven't gotten
new?
so cocky that they're walking around just with their whole chest out like that, you know?
Tits out.
I mean, they only just started doing that recently in the material, anyways. So I guess that makes sense. But has there been anyone new in the courts as of late?
Preferably in Titania's, or more specifically in Titania's entourage.
No, she has been systematically removing advisors from her court. She has been cutting the dukes off from their power and influence, removing the amount of juice that she's passing on to them in a way of kind of consolidating power to herself. She hasn't brought anyone new into her court or her circle in years, no. Not that I'm aware of. And he looks over at Bastille and my spies in her court haven't informed me of any new faces one way or the other.
What about new buildings, structures?
Oh. They've been fortifying the main castle in Astrazalian. But aside from that, just normal, everyday life. Cities build and destroy, but nothing that has struck me as odd. And he kind of like thinks back on it again and gives it like a really long, rolls his like eyes back in his head, closes his eyes, takes a long drag of his pipe. Nothing that fits this description you're placing. Why? What is this about?
Well, we
There
just
is a-
worry for the safety of our mutual friends we had in this area. We haven't seen them in a while, but we know they would like this place to be safe.
Well, then I will take this, and he takes the symbol, and I'll hold on to it. And if I find any actors wearing this symbol or cavorting with those who might be representing this cult, I will make sure that we get to the truth of the matter.
Very well. Do we also want to tell them about what we think the ripple is, or no?
Mm,
I'm not sure if that'd have much of an effect either way, I guess. But
I mean, it would, I guess, alleviate some of their worries because they would know where it was from, or give them a general idea.
it blew up.
All right, we're all good with that.
yeah, I think it's fine.
All right. It
I just
means
gotta pray that's fine.
means as for the ripple, we think we have an idea of where that was from. Mechanicus, that's right, Mechanicus.
Nope, like Acheron.
Nope.
Acheron.
Akron, god damn it.
Your own backstory.
I don't have my character sheet anymore. There's a reason I have notes. I have notes on all my characters because I can't remember worth the shit.
That's fair. That's
I
fair.
have like 3 documents just for Nicholas.
You were done with talking. You threw him in the trash. Get out of
We
here.
believe the ripple was from Acheron. A interdimensional portal was blown up by a terrorist from said organization with that picture on it.
We were aware that the gate was broken. A terrorist destroyed it, you said?
Yes. Believed to be associated with the organization.
Yeah,
Sure.
someone there that was radicalized by an event.
We were aware of the gate's existence. Obviously, we've had these Acheronians visit us from time to time. But it would explain why they haven't been here recently. However, do you think that could have? And he looks over at Bastille, and looks at him and raises an eyebrow. Makes more sense for the aftershock, doesn't it? Archie kind of nods. While the gate is powerful, it's not strong enough to generate what we are first describing. There was a second event not long after, a few weeks, maybe a month or two, that would track with the destruction of the interplanar gateway. But we thought it was an aftershock, like an earthquake of the plains. If that was a terrorist attack, then what was the precipitating event?
Something else exploded?
Something else exploded.
Maybe.
Where?
Was there a bigger event that we can think of?
The only thing I can really think of is the gate exploding.
How long ago did Mr. go quiet?
Go quiet? Like a month for Nicholas? Because when she went quiet, that was when.
Yeah, that's true.
You left.
I
yeah.
mean, I guess when she started being more isolated.
It was around the same time. It was about 25 years ago. That was when she started to kind of withdraw and consolidate.
But what happened? No one tells us shit.
What happened indeed?
All right. I mean,
Did a god die?
They can't die. They are immortal. They don't play by. I'm sorry. You're right. The Raven Queen has proven that a god can die, but it is a very difficult, very, very, very difficult process, and this would have happened in recent years. I can't imagine any gods having them
A lesser god?
stricken. Perhaps, but even still, these creatures they're like us. He kind of like motions to him and Bastille. They are creatures of faith. We are fueled by the love and faith of our subjects and their belief in us to guide them in the same way your gods draw upon your own faith, your own belief, your own desire to have something or someone help guide or hold, protect. It's primal. It's part of what it means to be alive, and here in the Feywild, that faith is even more powerful. Powerful enough that the Archfey can split that pizza up amongst ourselves and each take a slice and still have strength to spare. But the gods, they are their own pie, and if someone were to find some way to destroy one, it would merely mean that that pie would be disassembled, but eventually remade.
Reassembled.
Yes.
Yeah. It's still possible. I can't think of any other event.
Yes, it is perplexing. The last time a
Something-
god descended was during the insurrection of Cassus in the attempt to supplant Mistral, and the sacrifice that they made, and the isolation of your world for what felt like hundreds of years.
Yeah, very catastrophic event.
Who knows, Ken?
Hmm?
Oh, he just sent me a tell, and I'm just telling him, who knows?
I mean, that's the only other thing I could really think it could remotely be, but I don't want to,
Spoil it.
sound like, yeah, kind of.
Did a cabbage
Or-
cart get blown up? What happened?
My cabbages!
Yes.
My cabbages!
Or whatever made him go insane.
Is there a god of time?
I think we've been over this.
Yeah,
I know
no.
we discussed it. Okay.
But, kind of like furrows his brow. At that moment.
Do we have any other questions for him?
Does he have a son?
Do you
Kinda
ask
made
that?
think that might be
Yeah.
a bit too concerning.
Yeah,
of a
we-
question.
Personal.
Yeah, that's a bit. That's a bit
we
much.
need to find out if it's this Bastille or if he doesn't have a son. That means there's a chance between now and whenever we leave, another Bastille comes in. Literally, that's the only other bit of info we have. I mean, if y'all don't want to ask, we won't. But literally, we have nothing else to go on.
Yeah, that seems a little too forward.
As you
I
guys
mean,
are kind of, sorry.
I said I think we're kind of just a bit past neutral, but I don't think it's enough to be asking questions like that.
You'd probably be very annoyed or surprised and possibly go in the defensive, like, oh, by the way, do you have a son? And he does.
Do you have a son?
Yeah, I don't want to risk it.
He might also take it as a threat.
Yeah, so I'm gonna vote no.
Yeah. Also, do we know why Severin went crazy? I know he was dissatisfied with the gods. Was part of it.
Unfortunately, Takashi was the only one who really had that kind of insight. He's not here.
Yeah, that's
I've had that thought, and unfortunately, he didn't really like explain a lot enough to Ken or Aerith to be able to put pieces together. So
let's just call him right now.
Oh yeah, let's call him right now.
I will say, as you guys are kind of like looking at each other, and like there's eyebrows being raised, and like, and what about the? And these guys are just like looking between each other and watching you as you coded message discuss things. And they're just kind of like smirking and enjoying their drinks and smokes. And as they are, there's a wait a minute, spell plague. That's. He looks over at Bastille. That's what it reminded me. That's what the ripple reminded me of. It wasn't the absence of magic, but it was what was happening before. It's been so long. And he looks at Bastille. I was gonna say Harrow because Harrow's right there. He looks over at Bastille. Higher level magic. And Bastille looks at him and raises like an eyebrow. You mean beyond the limitations that Mistress set? He nods. But that's impossible. And Archie kind of like, I know, and that's why I never even considered it. But thinking about it, thinking about the ripple in this moment, and then also thinking about the spell plague, the only time I have ever felt magic like that was before the spell plague. And Bastille kind of nods. What does it mean then? I don't know. I don't know. That's all I've got. That's...
I gotta check my pages and stuff now. God damn it.
Lore drops.
Yeah, I
Hold
gotta
on, let me look through all
go
my notes.
back. Da.
Yeah, no, I love it. Hey, you've got notes. That's great.
Pretty much everything you sent to me, I've copied and pasted into a giant sheet of stuff, but it's not organized. Is the problem? So
I
it's
feel
all
that.
over the place.
I feel that so bad.
It had to do with, I don't think I was given the name directly, but someone trying to make the Philosopher's Stone.
That was Lintier. That was when you guys were in Lintier, and Naren Vane was. That was the sacrifice
Here
of
we go.
Baragos.
So it started about 20 years ago when a man arrived and cast an entire city into oblivion.
Yep. It was the destruction of Baragost and the creation of its soulstone.
Gotcha. And was that exactly 20 years ago or 20 some odd years ago? Because I would assume
Closer to 20, like exactly. It's pretty
Okay.
much like right now-ish. It's around the now time.
Gotcha.
Mm.
So that wasn't it.
You guys all made your characters roughly the same age, so if we're going into one's childhood, we're going into them all.
All of it.
If you had a normal lifespan, at least I should say.
So that wasn't it. I was gonna say maybe that was higher level tier magic. Well, it probably was, but not the triggering event. All right. Well, that's my thing I thought of, but that won't it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But it
Yeah, my
is technically possible to cast higher level magic. Technically.
Yeah.
I can't think of any other event. Was there another event where Nicholas heard about or saw or felt that was higher tier magic?
Roll me a history check.
Some odd years ago. You know, this seems important, so I'm gonna use a charge from my Ring of Puzzlers wit with my plus 12.
Okay, 20.
And I'm gonna add a plus 10 to that because I want it more.
Okay,
I want
30. 30 would definitely help. So as you kind of think back, you fidget
Joke's
with
on
your
you,
ring and you
DC's
feel it.
99. No, I'm kidding.
Feel it clear your mind. What was the what added the extra 10? I just want to know
So I
narratively.
use a charge from my book.
Okay. You kind of like fidget with the ring and you trace through your mind, and your mind, it's like Sherlock Holmes's like library. You can go into your
Mind
mind
palace.
palace and you could just immerse into this. So as you kind of like sit there with your eyes closed, fidgeting with your ring, you have your hand resting on your book, and in your mind you're carrying your book through, and you're just sort of like following it through. And as you do, you go back through your journals in your mind, your memories, and you go back to 25 years ago, and you find kind of like the memories around that time. And you can remember feeling something similar. Now that you have seen a higher level magic cast by Mia in your ley lines, something that was theoretical until the point where you had enough power to really like oomph it. Higher level magic, you had felt it before. 25 or so years ago, a ripple across the entire material plane. Anyone with enough arcane intuition would have felt this kind of like pulse wave across the world as power was released. And you kind of flip through, and you have notes in there of asking Mystra about it. She didn't have any insights, but assured you that it was something she was looking into. But as you kind of think back and start putting pieces together, her behavioral change, becoming more harried, more like not afraid, but worn out.
Rushing?
Yeah,
Oh.
kind of just like running out of time almost. Started around the same time. And you'd asked about it from that point on, but you didn't sense anything. Like, it was one of those like one-off events, and then a few months later you felt a smaller ripple. But when you asked me or Mystra about that, she informed you that there was a gate, and she told you about the destruction of the Gate of Acheron. Because she wouldn't have any reason to hide that from you.
No, of course not.
But yeah, hide the important information. Yeah, that's great.
She
I
legitimately
love
doesn't
that.
know what's going on.
No, it's just funny to be annoyed.
I know it is. Especially for Nick.
It is.
But as you kind of like flip through this
Quick,
journal in
color
your
right
mind and look back to your older days and think about it,
Hey
the
guys, let's
timeline
just go
tracks.
back further in time and figure it out.
Easy.
Yeah, because that's currently working for us right now.
What's the worst that could happen?
Maybe we stop the event. You never know.
I'm sure that wouldn't fuck with everything
Totally not.
in existence.
Mia just slowly fades away.
Bye.
Yeah, no.
Fucked with time. Okay, bye.
All right, so I guess I just felt it, but I still have no. Do I know where it originated from, or have an idea where it originated from?
No, you like them. You kind of studied it passively, but it didn't. It didn't come from the same place as the ripple of the destruction of the gate. It seemed to be. It didn't come from like a direction on the world, like it across. It seemed to almost like pulse out from the world, from your feet out into the universe around you, or maybe in the other direction, coming from the outside into your world. It was almost fourth dimensional in that it couldn't really be described.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
In other words, I have no clue.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, that's fine. Quite a conundrum. Bollocks.
Mysteries to unravel, Nick.
I know, but there's so many, and I have so very few leads. It's like, where do I go? Very
Quick ask mom.
Last time I was like, you shouldn't be here.
She didn't say that. She was actually very happy to
Well,
see
she
you.
was happy, but she's also
She just
like,
said
you
it was
really
dangerous.
shouldn't.
Shouldn't do this.
Like, I appreciate it, but no. And she also told me nothing. She's like, yeah, I'm sure you'll figure it out. Or just use a wish spell. Use a wish spell. We'll figure it right out.
I wish I knew everything.
That's a great way to die.
Brain explodes.
Yep.
I wish all the knowledge was in my book.
Book explodes.
Book becomes
probably.
the size of the world.
Ah.
That's too small to read and book that's too big to carry.
Whoops.
Uh-oh.
Nah, I don't think I'd wish for that. Anyone have any other ideas, clues, things from the past that are now clicking together?
I don't know anything.
Yeah, nothing's coming to mind.
Any other gods we can ask?
I have
Hold
this
on,
whole
let me
book
call
with their
Bahamut.
names.
Yeah, call Bahamut.
Here,
Give
Nick,
that one a try.
I have this book that has all their names if you want to ask them. She'll hand you the kids' book with the gods'
I don't
names.
think they'll answer. I really don't think they'll answer. Or they'll be very
Never know.
annoyed like Mistra and be like, you shouldn't be here. Why are there two of you?
What the fuck did you do?
Alright, well, I'm out. Someone else tag in.
Maybe Severin got some oomph after he brought one of the Titans under his control, because he's been out in the Dale Lands for 20 plus years.
Are the Titans that powerful?
I thought that was a recent development in like our time.
No, he has
Oh.
been out there for. He
I
got
guess
the
Oni would
he got the last one recently, but he has been out there for quite some time.
But wouldn't we feel it each time then?
The Titans?
Yeah.
You probably felt the first one but didn't know what it was. Reached out to Mistra, and she would have informed you. But there wasn't anything that could be done. That's the problem. So you would have... The last two happened pretty rapid, because the third one happened right before Oni left. That's what precipitated Oni leaving. And the fourth one fell while Oni was with you guys.
Yeah, but that wasn't the event, the big event.
It doesn't... all of that would have started 20 years ago-ish, and this big event would have been 5 years prior to that.
Not quite.
Just to help keep the timeline straight.
Right.
You guys are remembering the key points. I'm just helping fill in the blanks here.
20 years
I
ago,
definitely
which
got
is
nothing
now.
there.
Phone a friend. Anyone have a friend we can phone?
Only Takashi.
Yeah, he can't remember anything at this point, though. I don't think.
I thought you
Post
got
game.
most of your memories back.
This is. I know, but we can't contact him now because it's
In the past.
immediately after the game. So he's gonna be like, "Who is
That
this
was when
voice in
you
my
had
head?"
no
Quick.
memories at all.
Somebody send Rosatel, or sending. I've been waiting for you guys to sending
Yeah.
Rose.
If we send nobody, it's like, "Who is this voice in my head?"
Your name is nobody. Nanashi.
Neat. Okay, I'll keep that.
Oh man,
That would actually be so fucked up if we told him his name.
Beethoven Fitz, his name.
Yeah, so anyone we could contact either won't tell us, doesn't have their memory, or we just don't have someone to talk to.
I will say, each time you felt, because there were 2 Titans that you felt go down before the third one before she started to not respond, she was cagey, defensive, and it was one of the only things where she had to be like, listen, I'm putting my foot down and I can't tell you. It's
It's okay, just still suffering.
she essentially is just kind of like mom says no anytime you
Yeah.
asked about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we
Severin,
could call
what's
Severin and be
good?
like, fuck it, we'll ask the main villain. Ring, ring.
Yeah. You met him, or at least his simulacrum.
Hey, where are you at
Clone
right
or
now?
whatever.
Hey, what
Did you
happened
move?
a couple of years ago with that big explosion? I'm aware you were involved. Would you be so kind as to tell us? We're rather lost at the moment.
I am
That
not going to
wouldn't
stop you guys
fuck
from doing
anything up.
anything you want to do. I am
Can we-
totally good at monkey's paw, so
Can we please not do that?
Why not? It'd be so
No.
much fun.
It would be pretty
No.
fucking funny.
It would be hilarious.
I think it would destroy everything, but it'd be
It-
hilarious.
100. Or actually, he'd probably be like, "Who the fuck is this? Fuck, hang the phone
Well,
up."
there was going to be a check to see if he was curious enough.
I'll just put on my
Um,
my nicest envoy act, like, "Hello, good sir. We are here to talk about."
Our Lord and Savior Bahamut.
Just got
No,
a short
no, I gotta-
for you.
I got a strap from some like, "We are here to talk about our Lord and Savior Tiamat. Do you know what happened for you?" I gotta stoke his ego up a little bit. Like,
Right.
yes, I'm totally on your side.
We just have a short survey for you. We're taking a census. Where were you 4 years ago?
Oh, that'd be so funny. Just bring him a census.
I'm going to need you to fill out this paperwork for me.
If you fill out the paperwork, we'll send you a gift card.
$5 to your local Red Lobster.
10 gold pieces to your local tavern.
No, Jesus.
It's fine.
It is an option.
It's
No.
Alright, that's
yeah.
fine.
Yeah, besides somehow asking him about his kid, I don't know what
Yeah.
else we need to do.
Yeah. I'm pretty checked
Is there
out.
any other big event that we're forgetting that could line this up? Is there, maybe not even a bit. Is there a small thing that seems innocuous that might lend itself to figuring out what the fuck is going on?
When was the fall of Robert's kingdom that I'm forgetting the name? That I think starts with an A?
It was
Gallandar.
yeah.
Gallandar. That does not start with an A.
It has an A in it.
It was 18, 20 years ago. Essentially,
That's still not it.
the timeline was Baragost, Aglarond, and Gallandar, and the fall of those, and that's a western movement of him heading to where he needs to be.
After the gate exploded.
So either it happened very far away on the material plane, or it didn't happen on the material plane.
Exactly. the
Wow.
originating first event, whatever it was either very far removed from where Nicholas was, or on a different plane of existence, and strong enough that he could feel it from there.
Call Zaria.
We asked to
Let's
get
just
Yankee.
chat her up real quick.
Well, so far
Ask-
she's good.
We asked to get Yankee. That's their whole shtick, isn't it? But now we're gonna ask him in the past, and that'll be
Right,
gross.
when they don't know us.
Call
And we
Okra in the
have no-
past.
Okra, you owe us. You owe us in the future, so
favor.
we're gonna take it right now. We'll take that favor now. We'll take it early.
Very early.
I mean, that's an option for when we get back. We can ask them about any events 25-ish years ago. Though they
Sure.
don't. Fuck, time is fucked up there, though. I don't know. That's still an option. Any other planes we know people from?
I mean, you can ask Takashi when we get back to regular time, I guess.
Yeah. Did Zariel do anything 25 years ago?
Oh my god.
That's what I said.
Why don't you ask
Call her up, ask. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it.
Well, Nicholas doesn't even know you guys made a deal with the devil.
And he doesn't need to know.
The only ones who know are Ken and Aerith.
I think he needs.
Yep.
I think he needs to know.
Nah, it's fine.
And Nicholas would be very annoyed with you guys.
Yeah.
You did what? You made the deal? What? It's the devil, for God's sake.
He'd probably leave the group and then we'd get another character.
I made a promise to myself. No new character. I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with it.
So
I respect it.
say.
I feel bad because I already have like 4 characters.
That's good though. I love all your characters. They're all so they've added so much to the story, man.
So, Takashi, but we have to go back. We could call
normal
Severin, but probably shouldn't. We have to get Yankee, which are an option.
I don't think there's anything we can do right now.
No, I don't think there's anything we can do now. But yeah, all right, I'm out. I got nothing else.
Anybody else have anything they wanted to talk to Archie or Bastille about? You got the two of them here. All right then. We'll go ahead and you guys
Actually,
Hmm?
did Titania come into possession of any artifacts recently? Or when she got angry?
Not that we're aware of. She keeps most of her trinkets and treasures locked away in her vault. But nothing that I could think that would have changed. Especially nothing from beyond this plane. Only crafts and magical items made here.
Alright. Wait, is he in on the plan to steal the flag?
Do you ask?
I'm not asking because I'm worried that he's not. Can I look at okay, this is why I write stuff down.
Archie?
Archie, thank you.
I honestly, yeah, I'm gonna show you guys because like, I'm not. The fact that you can't remember them, it's all good because I literally turn their nameplates on so that I can track it. This is what it looks like for me. Oop, that's Fox Chat. So that I can't forget. So it's all good. But you turn over to Archie. You want to see if he's revealing anything.
Yeah, like Archie, plans will. He's gonna like Bastille, but like, does he know?
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm gonna be pretty obvious because I'm not very stealthy, but
Right. roll me a deception check really quick.
Ah, yes, the thing I'm so good at.
As you lower your voice, kind of ask in a very nonchalant wink, wink, nudge, nudge, say no more kind of way. 16's not bad. Archie kind of like raises one finger to his lip, gives you a very, very wry smile, and then winks.
Okay.
No.
No. I'm concerned now. More than I was
It's
before.
Archie's playing the fucking long con on us.
I guess he is. Oh, very well. I have no more comments or questions.
All right. Anybody else have any?
No, sir.
Nope.
Okay. All right. You spend your evening enjoying the luxuries of the royal tent here within the fairgrounds before you guys finally head back out into the rest of the fairgrounds themselves to make your way back to the
Okay,
Morning
guys.
Wood for your
Wait.
evening's rest. Give me one second. Yeah,
It's fortune time.
Uh,
Fortune?
Oh no.
I almost forgot.
I will say it's a little too late right now, but she will be here when you guys get back from where you're going.
Mia just wanted to know
Aw.
secrets.
Maybe if you want, we can, if everybody is interested. But I was actually going to narrate that as you had spent the evening talking with the two Archfey, the rest of the crowds have pretty much dispersed. Most of the event itself having kind of closed up. The stage is still there, the seats are still there because they were magically summoned, but most of the people have left. Sunny is kind of outside, just hanging on Harrow's arm while Harrow talks to one of the Winter Eladrin as you guys step out. Now, if you still want to go and see her, you could roll some dice, but she's probably sleeping.
Fortune?
I mean, I don't even know what I'd say for my secret.
Me
Or
neither.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you don't have to say a secret. 'Cause
Or truth.
Mia didn't have any secrets, and she had to tell him the truth.
I like cheesecake.
Hey.
I think she'd be very annoyed with that answer.
Mia stares at you all with puppy eyes.
Well, I think it might be a little late right now.
We can do it when we get back.
Exactly. We'll stop by the fortune teller once we get back from the party. Okay? Pinky promise.
Right. It's so long though.
It's not that long. The days will go by before you know it. Figuratively and probably literally.
Alright. But you promise.
Yes, I promise.
Sure.
And he puts out his pinky.
Pinky promise. She'll hook hers with yours.
Okay.
Well, Sir Bastille, it was a honor meeting you. I think it's about time for us to get along the road and get rested for the future festivities.
Archie kind of goes, well, let me at least walk you out to the fairgrounds, get you back on the way. I still need to have a conversation with Lord Bastille here, so I'll see you guys out and onto the road, and then we can come on back and we can have our conversation, and then I'll meet with you in the morning, and we can hit the road. Well, you can hit the road, but we'll get there.
Sounds good.
All right. So as you guys kind of follow them out, you crew up with the three Winter Eladrin who kind of trail behind, about 5 feet behind your crew. Sunny and then runs over to Archie and just starts like pulling on his arm, and Archie's like, no, come on, I still have work to do, come on. And he starts making the way through the encampment, and as you're about halfway through, he kind of like, Archie stops, and everyone stops with him expectantly, and he goes, My Lord Bastille, it is so wonderful for you to have graced us with your presence this evening. We had no reason to expect you to show up here within Sarnau tonight, and it is my greatest pleasure to be able to host you, given this unfortunate detour to Astrazalian. It is my deepest regret that I will not be able to make the trek to Astrazalian, as you will be going in my stead, but such is the life of a lowly duke of such these lands. And Bastille kind of just stands up, full height, and nods. Yes, it will be better for Bastille himself to be at the gala. I wasn't quite sure if I'd be able to even make it, but here we are. So, you stay here, keep things under control, Archie. I will take your newfound friends, and we'll go to this gala together. Archie gives him a deep bow. Of course, my lord. Whatever you wish, I live to serve.
Wait, so you're not going to the party with us?
I'm so sorry, my dear. When I made these plans, I didn't expect Lord Bastille to be showing up, and it feels rude, presumptuous for me to go in his stead when I know that the true Bastille would be the one people are looking for at this gala. So, I shall stay here, he shall go in my stead, and you will have a wonderful time, I promise you, my dear. I will even send Harrow along with him, and he will help keep all of you safe, as well as keep us in touch, in contact through your entire endeavor. Oni, can you roll me an insight check?
Yeah, only for the like this is one massive setup right now. Good lord.
Mm-hmm.
A 3.
A 3. Roll me a perception check. As you kind of like watch Archie's face, and there is this kind of like constant fluctuating change of disappointment to excitement to understanding to regret. And as you kind of like are trying to understand what's going across his face, you look around and you see as a number of people are kind of just watching as you're having this very loud conversation here within the center of the park. And as Archie like looks over towards Mia, there's just this tiny little twinkle in his eye that you can't quite place or understand. How about this?
It sounds like he's setting up one hell of an alibi.
How about this? I will accompany you out of town. We'll go to the outskirts together. I'll see you into the wild. You should see the summer lands. They are beautiful. The golden fields are absolutely incredible. And then I will make my trip back here. You can continue on, and then at least we have a little bit of an adventure together. How about that, my dear?
I guess, but I mean, I thought we were gonna like dance at the party.
We will. You and Lord William here will be the talk of the gala. I guarantee. You will dance, you will enjoy yourselves, and the people of the Fae will be better to have seen. He kind of like looks around. The children of the gods walking here. And he gives you just like this cheeky smile.
Okay. She just kind of like gives an uncertain smile back.
Good. Wonderful. Well, now that that's all arranged, let's go ahead and get us back to our homes for the evening. Harrow, you need to get back to Sarah, child, and I need to get some rest as well. So, let's agree to meet up first thing in the morning, get the wagon, and get on the road, and see what the day brings us.
Like we are getting played.
The mood shift instantly, bro. Good God.
I spent a lot of time thinking about how to run Fae, and man, I love Fae. They are so much fun.
This man just made a show speaking very loudly and in front of plenty of how he wouldn't be there, but you know, that's still the real guy would be. Ooh, I feel like we're taking something we absolutely not being are about to get this man executed on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
As you guys walk out from the fairground, Archie, Bastille, and Harrow kind of walking side by side, and Archie and Harrow laughing while Bastille gives these like tiny little grunts of amusement. You're all a little quieter than you were in the tent as you make your way through the town. Harrow finally stops and goes, "All right, I'm this way, so I will see you all in the morning. Have a good night's rest."
Okay, bye.
Take care, Harold.
Turns and walks away.
See you tomorrow. I think.
Archie and Bastille kind of walk you to the edge of the campground before they're like, well, or I guess to the hotel or to the tavern. And then they look at you like, well, we're going to have a little bit of a conversation. Just I want to fill Bastille in on all the things we've discussed, and just make sure that I'm doing a good job here. So if you need me, I will see you in the morning, because I will not be reachable until then. It will be way too much alcohol, but I will see you all in the morning, and rest well. He gives just a very, very wide smile.
All right. Well, good night to you. Again, Sir Bastille. Honor to meet you.
The honor is mine.
All right, guys. I guess let's turn in. I'm actually getting kind of tired.
As soon
Festivities
as
kind
we,
of drained me.
yeah, as soon as we step into the tavern, Mia turns to face Ken and just, I'm really confused now. My head hurts.
Don't worry. I'm right there with you. I kind of lost track of that situation myself. So hopefully we'll make more sense of it in the morning. Okay.
Okay. We're still going to the party, right?
Yes, we're still
Yes.
going to the party.
Yes, absolutely. We're absolutely going to the party.
Okay. Well, I guess that's the important part, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he holds his hands up, kind of waves it a little like left and right.
Also, before we turn in, we need to have a quick family meeting. Let's head up to the room and we can talk further.
Okay. Guys, head upstairs to your room. The boxes have all been piled up in the room Ken and Mia are sharing, as it only has one bed. The other room has it's like two beds and a couch, but since you have two people that trance, you make it work. But you step into Ken and Mia's room and kind of look down at the boxes of fancy clothes. There is a hat box that is the right size for Nick's hat, and then on top of it, a smaller hat box that seems Todd's size.
Tiny hatbacks.
Tiny hat box.
Okay.
So you guys are in your room. You don't see anyone here, so take that security however you will.
I'm gonna cast Mordekainen's Private Sanctum.
There you go.
Okay. Cast out the sanctum as you feel this bubble around you kind of block the ability for anyone to be spying or overhearing or even divining on you. You can speak freely now.
So,
I think we're getting set up.
No.
Or Bastille's
Oh,
getting set up.
Why would you say that?
Because we probably are.
Nah.
So-
We have become the fall guys for Archie to get at Bastille freely.
Mhm.
so
That's the worst that could happen.
I have
Yeah.
good news, question mark, and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?
Bad
The good
news.
one. Oh.
All we have had so far has been bad news. I'm also in Camp Mia, and let's hear that good news first.
Ugh.
And then maybe we can forget about the bad one, because I don't like bad news.
Yeah, because we're not going to get bad news after the good news. Great job.
No. Nope. The good one, and that's it.
So, good news. I may have 90% confirmed where Rose is.
Your friend?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
The both of you do not sound very enthused for the good news, which has me worried about the bad news.
Right, I thought it was good. And, I mean, that is good. You found your friend, right? So we can do something to help them?
I don't think it's gonna be. It's gonna be a very difficult, and that's what's gonna lead into the bad news. Maybe, well, not bad news, just like neutral news.
See,
Neutral.
no bad news. Yay!
You're getting her hopes up, Ken. Stop it.
Alright, so break it down for us. What is it? We're ready. Break our hearts.
Don't.
When Harrow brought his wife, introduced us, and the child they brought with them. Whenever I, got closer, let the kiddo, inspect my horns, I think the child might be Rose.
Okay, that's not as bad as I was expecting. You sounded really worried for a minute there. I thought it was going to be much worse.
Right.
I mean,
Doesn't seem like bad
well,
news.
yeah, that's why I changed it to neutral news. Yeah, so I'm about 90 to 95% sure that Harrow's kid is Rose.
Okay.
So we have to. Well, we don't have to. We'll just keep an eye on things. And if for some reason push comes to shove, we gotta figure out a way to protect him. Oh, Harrow, his wife, and baby Rose? Question.
They called the baby BB, right?
Yeah, they basically just referred to it as the baby, the Beebs,
The baby.
the baby.
The bebe.
Baba.
So, do we want to steal the flag then, if we're getting played, or?
I thought you were about to ask if you wanted to
Steal the baby?
No, not the baby.
Oh man.
Well,
How's that one going?
I was gonna be like, what the
We'll
fuck?
raise from now on.
okay, so out of character, did anyone, I guess, intuit? Did anyone hit the intuit button or intuit check enough to, I guess, sense that something was off?
About which part?
About what? Yeah.
The flag,
About the
the
potential
gala.
setup y'all were talking about?
Yeah. The fact that literally
Oh,
started saying that was like, hey, this was like a setup. I think we all hit the this is bad button. That was I don't know if it's a red here in the Feywild and they like to fuck with people, or if he's genuinely about to do some bad shit. But yeah, I'm on your side here, and I think this is not good.
That's fine.
Maybe we could make sure that Harrow gets food poisoning and he can't go tomorrow. Maybe somebody sends him a note that's like, "You're cool. Don't face school tomorrow."
It's a snow day tomorrow. Stay home.
Oh my god. The things I don't think that you guys will even like.
Yeah, I don't know how, unless we just like to his face, be like, hey, don't come with us. But I don't think he would listen to us.
I mean, technically Bastille is his boss's boss, so whatever Bastille says kind of goes. So
When has,
if
that,
we
when
say,
has that ever stopped us before? I feel like if this is the father of your friend, we kind of owe it to them, right? To try to do something to not get him killed. And every
talk
sign
to-
and indicator is leading us to believe that this heist that seemed like it was all in good fun might not be in good fun anymore.
Okay. Solution. We talk to Archie and be like, hey, you either tell us your plan or we're out.
I don't know if that would work because we did kind of agree to the plan, or to our part of the plan.
But he changed his part, so we can change ours.
He's also our only way back, though.
I mean, you give us a few years, we'll learn.
Hang on, the next 20 years.
Just take the long way
Not
back.
slow. Yeah.
We can take the long way back, or we can keep fighting
the long
monsters
way back.
until we're all level 20 and we get level 9 spells.
What if we just stay in the past?
We just,
Don't
yeah,
fuck with
no,
your
that's
story
the
at all.
solution. We stay and train.
We
We have
what
20
we do
year
is
head start to train.
we stay here until current day. We get back and we stop every inciting event that happened once we became the Wanderers of Starlight from happening. That way, nothing bad happens from then on, you know?
You're literally walking behind yourselves, just sweeping up your own mess.
Yeah.
Putting out all our own fires.
Right? Ken's been saying you needed more firefighters.
yeah,
That's why
Oh
no
my
one
God.
died in the first event.
We were
All
there.
times, there's someone in the background always making sure that we gotta
Well,
force
it's a
push one of
threatening
the
gore. It's
civilians
just
on
like, you kill anybody, you're dead.
You
We
guys,
secretly brought Aureus back.
yeah, I
right
was
after
gonna
he
say
died.
we find ourselves back in the scene in the castle, and as everyone runs towards Resmir to kill her, like randomly, like another Aureus shows up out of nowhere and just like raises old Aureus, like, don't worry, it's okay, I've
It's
got you,
fine.
friend.
Let me put the statue that looks like
The old
you in your
man that
place.
taught Aerith was Aerith, but in disguise.
That's why he was the only person in all the Forgotten Realms with a horrible French accent.
You just used disguise self.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, what a way to fuck up a campaign.
I mean,
It would work.
it'd be something. It would make me have to think. And
Okay, do you
That'd be
think we could
horrible.
convince Archie to at least get Harrow out of having to go? Yeah.
We could ask.
Because
I
it
mean,
feels like we're go
We're
regardless.
assuming a lot here that now we're assuming Archie's gonna backstab us.
Yeah.
We're not entirely sure. Because technically, think about it, maybe this is a huge plan, so then, like, the Bastille's under target, they're like, oh, you stole it, but technically he didn't, so if they interrogate him, he'll be innocent, so, like, the zone of truth and all that, and be like, oh, he's innocent, it wasn't his fault. Like, it could go a lot of way, and this is Archfey land, so, like,
Yeah. That's exactly why
Big
we
brain.
can't really take the chance, though. Is the problem
Did-
here.
that I say the easiest and simplest solution is talk to Archie and be like, alright, we need some truth, man.
Hey, what the fuck was all
So,
that? What's going
Can,
on?
can we circle back to we're in Archfey land? And then reassess hey, can we talk? Because I don't think he's just going to be like, here's my master plan. Here's everything you need to know and everything I haven't told you so far.
Okay, well, here's what I think his plan is. So I think he's going to hold up his end of the bargain. He's going to send us back home. But when we're gone, Bastille's going to take the fall. We're not there, so we can't be assisted. So then he's going to take over. And I'm assuming whatever he's going to do is also going to incite a fight. And now there's a giant war between the Archfey. And then now Rose has to leave. and then all that, and all this other stuff starts.
Yeah, I
That's
mean
what it looks like to me.
that tracks with everything that has been shown to us so far. I think we're all
Okay,
on board with this running theory. Yes.
so if that's what happens, or we think is going to happen, are we fine letting it happen, and purposely being the fall guys just to let the events occur? Or are we going to try and change it, or what do we want to do?
That's what
I
this
was gonna
family
say, do we-
meeting's for.
Again, this is a lot of
Do we
assumptions.
have a choice?
We can ask.
Well,
That's
I
what
mean,
this
like,
family meeting's for. We're
Yeah.
spitballing ideas here because I'm definitely if we could avoid it, then that'd be great. Because if we could stop some huge internal war from happening, that could potentially be another set of allies for our fight against Tiamat, right? If we
Right,
can
but-
stop an entire court from getting shafted.
But how do we not fuck up the timeline?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Timeline.
That
The
is-
timeline is like the underlying issue.
Doesn't
So,
that
Like, I appreciate
happen?
y'all, and y'all. I appreciate y'all with making sure everything goes copacetic, but the timeline.
So here's the thing though, right? Because again, we only know loose details about what happens. What if all these changelings that we think are executed, that Titania, had executed? What if we just get them the fuck out and they're said to be executed? How do we know they're not actually out there right now, chilling? Because we did something that we don't even remember having done. This is the conundrum when it comes to time travel, because if we don't have like an encyclopedic knowledge of the events that we're about to be around, we have no idea if we're supposed to do this, if we're supposed to not do this, or
Well,
everything in between.
Well, also, isn't Severin a time dragon, anyways?
No,
No, that's
Severin
Severin.
Lacrum turned into a time dragon.
Yeah.
But that was like
So-
with true polymorph,
Yeah.
But
which
if
means
they
we've
have,
seen one.
yes,
Yeah.
if they have the power of a time dragon, wouldn't we have already lost then?
See, that's the thing. We have no idea. Like we might need to exist for him to even have had access to a time dragon in the first place. Like that's the issue with our whole time shenanigans. We don't know if he had it and he like just stopped the wanderers from existing. We
Another
have no
thing
idea
is,
what happens.
are we actually on the timeline? Or are we in that weird bubble of the different timelines? Like, which timeline are we on? Are we on the actual one, or are we on the split one that they made?
oh dear.
'Cause if we're on the split one, it doesn't matter what we do.
Right, but if we're wrong and we assume that, then we fuck everything up.
Exactly. Okay, a dumb idea. Could we try teleporting to the material plane? If we can't, we're on the split one. If we can, we're on the real one.
I mean, it took Wish to get us here, so I don't think we could just teleport to it from it, even if we're not on main one. We literally had to use the Wish spell to even get here. Do you have another Wish that we could try
No.
to...
Okay, what I'm trying to say is, if we had to use Wish to get here, then I don't think we're on the normal timeline.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying if we're in that bubble, I don't know that we could teleport to the material plane from here.
I'm saying we use that to test to see if we are in the bubble.
No, but what I'm saying is, I don't think it would work either way.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, they had it cut off entirely. So even when we were on the material plane, in our actual spot, we couldn't just go there. We had to use Wish, so I don't think we could test it that way. But
to me,
you could ask Mistra, since
I don't
we're
think
we're starting to piece some stuff together. Maybe she's like,
Yes,
damn,
Mom.
can't keep hiding this. They're gonna know soon.
No, so my thinking was, how much of the time did they separate? Was it all of the time was put into a bubble for the Feywild? Was it just a part of it? Because to do all of time, I don't think is possible. That's why I thought
Seems unlikely.
It seems unlikely, yeah. Which is why I think they sectioned off a part of the time. And I was going to see if we could teleport between the material to see if what I thought would be part of the, to like guarantee we're in the bubble or in one of the bubbles. Because to me, if they have enough power to section off the entirety of time in the Feywild, we lost.
And I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure because the way Kay described it was there were a ton of the Feywild overlapping, right? Like
Yes.
a mass tangle of time. So I feel like they probably have the current year Feywild that is extant where we are, and like somewhere between 25 to who knows how many more.
So we
I don't think they got like the future or like the super far past, but I imagine if he's got it's at least an ancient time dragon. It's probably a worm at this point, right? Knowing how strong the cult has gotten and their dragons are getting more and more serious. It could probably handle like 40, 50 years maybe. So
Okay, so you think we're in the time jumble then?
we absolutely are in the time zone, right? We got to be. Because that was the wish was to get in to be able to save the friends and family.
Okay, what was the exact wording of the wish again? We got to come back to this. We have to come back to this to figure this out.
That's why I wrote it down.
Because I'd hate to say it, but it might be part of the wish was not that we'd come back.
I wish for my friends and I safe passage into the Feywild to save my friends and family.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. That makes it sound like we have to fuck with time.
So friends and family.
Okay, from my perspective, it seems like the wish transported us back in time to save everyone. To do that, though, would fuck up the timeline. So to succeed in the wish, we'd have to fuck up the timeline, or the perceived timeline. To be fair, we've already fucked up the timeline, so...
Hey, I'm with it. If that's what we need to do, I'm down.
So now the real question is, do we think the right answer is to steal the flag, or do we just want to help Hero, or... How do we want to fuck with time now? If the wish was to fuck with time. If that made sense. How do I erase? Oh no, I'm just making a bigger mess.
You just select it in escape.
You should highlight everything.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no,
No, not you.
Don't erase yourself now.
I'm about to banish myself from existence.
No!
This is what you get for messing with time.
It's fine, I gotta get your other tokens over here anyway, because I got better ones now.
Alright. To me, it sounds like the wish was to fuck with time, pretty much. We're changing the past so that our friends and family are safe. That's what the wish seems like to me. And if that's the case, don't we just want to go, fuck it, balls to the walls, fuck with time to get the best result?
Absolutely, we do.
All right.
What does that entail exactly? Hold on.
Let's fucking send it.
All right. So are we fine with just fucking with time now?
In what way?
Whatever way we deem to get the best result. Are we fine with that overarching idea?
I don't know. Because I don't know what that means. like murdering everybody?
No.
I don't know
So,
about
okay,
that.
if we see an event where, so for an example, let's say we make peace in the Feywild, Titania never goes on her murder spree, and everyone's happy and peace is made. That would fuck up the entire timeline, but are we fine doing that because we think we'll get a better result?
I don't.
I'm
I don't
just,
know
I'm
how you
just counting the
propose.
monkeys that I gotta kill to get all these paws, man.
How do you propose we get peace with someone who's going insane?
No. Okay, that's just an example I was giving.
Yeah, but
Are we fine with doing whatever we deem necessary at the time to get what we think will be the best event, even if we know it will probably mess with the original time?
I'm personally against it because I mean, while the events that occurred are very unfortunate, it's kind of what made the characters who they are. Therefore, we probably shouldn't mess with it too much.
Okay.
That's my line of thought. So
Yeah.
So do we want to follow the time as best as we can, then?
Yeah, I think honestly, while it sounds rough, we should probably just follow it as best we can.
Okay. Now, what is the best timeline to follow? We
That's
gotta
been the
break it
question
down.
you guys have been
We
trying
gotta
to
break it
discuss.
down.
what the right
I know.
timeline is.
So
Yeah.
So do we want us that it comes to? Do we want to talk to Hero, try and make sure he's safe? Do we want to figure out what Archie's plan is, and then determine where we go from there? Obviously, we want to make sure Rose survives all of this. But in what way are we going to do that?
So we kidnap Rose and we leave them on the streets of Baldur's Gate, and we become their
I feel
inciting
like she would
action.
get pissed if we told her, "Hey, that was us who left you."
It was for your own
orphaned you.
good, Rose. You should actually thank us.
It's my fault you went through all of this shit. You're welcome.
No. That's another thing is if we talked to Rose afterwards, like, oh yeah, we could have changed the events, but we decided not to. How do you think that's gonna make someone feel?
Rose would probably recognize me from, or like something that I would do, and she'd be all like, "You're from my childhood."
Well, maybe that's why she's friends with you guys to begin with. Because you're like, oh, there's an odd familiarity.
Or I just really wanted to throw up in Aerith's hat. Roll fire on your perceptions, though, and seeing a hand coming.
No, I'm saying if we get everything fixed, or like we follow the timeline, and then we tell Rose what happened. Do you think they're gonna be happy if we tell them, yeah, we could have potentially saved your entire family and your entire where you originated from, but we chose not to? But hey, we put you on the streets.
We'll build character.
We put you on the streets to build your character, so we could be friends later on in
One
life.
day.
Isn't that great?
Because if
Or-
we had saved your entire family, you wouldn't be here.
Would you be the warrior needed to save the world?
But to be fair,
Right.
if you gotta sacrifice people to save the world, I don't. That doesn't make you the good guy.
Nicholas has been around long enough to know
I know.
that the good guys sacrifice people. They have to.
They do.
Sure
That'd be
do.
Aureus. That's Aureus's perspective.
I know.
I gotta shove him back down in the hole. Get out of here, Aureus.
Get out of here.
Aureus doesn't
Yeah.
belong.
See, yep, this is the conundrum we're in, though, because like I have Oni obviously knows better than to start meddling with everything. Me as Earth, I want to fuck with everything. Are you kidding me? I want to cause all kind of great changes and all kind of problems for future us so bad, but I know we shouldn't.
I have been surprised at how much restraint you all have shown.
You switch out some of the characters, and you have a whole different scenario.
Background is
For,
changing.
for sure.
Would
I'll
you
bring
say,
Robert back. See what happens with him.
He just carves a path through Titania's court straight
Like-
to her. Stop it! Get some help!
I'll kill the changelings myself.
I mean, he'd probably do anything he can to get back to his kingdom just to save his son that he knows is alive now. But he's not here. So,
Yeah, so what are we thinking?
I still think talking to Archie is the best idea. I'm not, and then we still follow through with it, but it gives us more room to prepare. And we could talk with Archie and be like, "Hey, your plan's gonna fuck up, but we'll do it."
We're still gonna send it.
But what?
I mean,
what
we
should
could
we
work with
do
him then,
about
actually.
Rose?
No, here's the thing. We can try and talk to Archie. We can explain his plan's gonna fail, but we're still gonna do it. And then he can make extra plans to keep the changeling safe. Or maybe that's his plan all along. I don't know, because he knows we're from a different time. Because Mia said her name.
You have to remember, Mia's knowledge is the most limited of all of you guys.
It's honestly very convenient that she was the one to say her name and not like honestly Nicholas with his 1800 years of knowledge.
Everything.
Archie would just been like, his eyes go unfocused. That was a
Oh,
long
God,
book.
no.
Holy shit. You need to get an underwriter, though. There were some really boring parts in the middle.
Where you did nothing for centuries.
I studied.
I know.
Boring.
Boring.
I just made a new cantrip. Nicholas's quick band-aid. Very efficient. I'm of the opinion where we talk to Archie, try and get as much
I
information,
think that's
and then
the
still be
first
like,
step.
we'll still do it, even if it's going to cause a lot of problems.
Because we don't have any other choice.
Are you planning for things to break bad, or what's your hold up, sir? Are you just fucking around, having a good time? What's going on? And I don't know anymore.
Well, yeah,
right.
I guess it all starts with Archie, I guess.
It's a good first step, and really the furthest we can go with what we know at the moment.
But now the question is do we tell him everything in the attempts to get all the information?
I say no.
Yeah.
That was a pretty immediate reaction.
I'm saying no.
So how are we going to convince him without revealing our hand? Unless we want to make a promise that, hey, we'll still do it even if we hate it. I mean, that seems like a pretty good promise.
We'll do it.
Now that I think about it, that's a pretty good promise.
Yeah.
Like, hey, no matter how terrible your plan is, we will follow through with it.
But know that it is terrible.
Yeah, and we fucking hate it.
It's like, we'll do it, but we're going to be complaining the whole time.
Yeah. We will bitch and moan and whine all the way
The whole
through.
time. So get ready for that.
But no, like a promise of the Feywild's pretty important.
Yeah.
So that's
Mm.
I
It would
guess,
carry a lot of weight.
yeah. But that's
we
our
wanna-
only real bartering tool.
Do we want to try to talk to him tonight?
Yes.
Call him-
See,
call him
I
back.
wish we had
have a
found
feeling.
out I still had a son, because the fact that we don't know means this Bastille could be about to get deposed because of what we're gonna do. And he becomes a new Bastille, and Sonny is Thorn, and we could run a lot of interference if we had figured out if this man had a son.
The innocuous questions that you don't realize are important.
Quick,
Yeah.
call him.
Oh my. All right. Let's get
Well, I thought you said he
Archie
was
on the
gonna
phone.
be- Yeah, I thought you said he wasn't going to be available for the rest of tonight.
We're gonna make him available.
Right. We really
He does
need
not
to
have a
find
choice.
you. After you're done talking with whatever you're doing right now, I know you said you wouldn't be available tonight, but it's necessity now.
We're
Worst
gonna
case
need you
scenario,
available.
we will teleport to him. Worst case scenario.
We're gonna need you to pencil us in.
All right, what you guys doing?
I say sending first, try and be polite. If he says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so busy," we're gonna teleport.
We're coming whether you like it or not, so take that into consideration with your answer.
All right.
Yeah,
who wants
I
to
mean
send the sending?
that could either force him to make himself available, or we see something that he doesn't want us to do.
Well, the only problem is if we give him a heads up, he could be like, "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit," and put up a barrier. What do we want to say?
Try harder.
What do we want to say?
Tell him it's urgent matters. We really need to talk to him, even though he said that he wasn't going to be available.
I mean, yeah, that's fair enough. Who wants to send it?
Well, that's either you or Aerith, because you're the only ones who have sending.
Charisma caster doesn't have sending.
Aerith, you want to go for it?
No.
Who would I need to talk to?
That's true.
Man.
That is true.
All right.
Congratulations, Nick.
Yeah. This is. I
And-
should have just voluntold Aerith. That would have been so much easier. Aerith, you're
Well,
doing it.
I'm voluntelling you, so you do it.
Slash whisper GM.
25 words. Make them count.
Yep.
We believe in you.
Right? You got this.
We want to talk immediately, right?
Sometime before the end of the night, I guess, or before tomorrow.
So you're gonna need to put down the barrier so I can send it.
Oh, sorry. I'll dismiss.
I mean, you can wait until I send it, but I'm just giving you a heads up so we don't waste a second.
Nick's just gonna put a hand on. Hang on, I need to step outside and pour it.
Yeah.
Right. Honestly, you should probably just step outside instead of dropping it, because we might need it.
Yeah, it lasts for 24 hours, so extra protection.
Just
in
step
case.
outside.
We'll just step outside. Should I imply that if he doesn't talk to us, we'll find a way to talk to him?
Yeah.
Or we won't? Well, I'm trying to think. Do we really want to threaten him?
It's not technically a threat. It's
It's a
just like, if
promise.
you don't make time, or if you can't find time, we'll make time.
You know what? I'll give him 30 minutes.
You have half an hour.
Well, I'm not even going to say what I'm going to do. Like, please respond within 30 minutes. And if he doesn't, we're like, all right, we're going to you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I got 5 more words.
It's always so tempting to use all of them.
It is.
I don't know what else to add, unless you can think of something.
I have something else to say, but I have 2 more words. I'm trying to think if I can add anything to it.
2 words.
End it with "Hope this finds you well." That way it sounds professional.
Or with your 2 words, your move.
Oh man.
That would be a little threatening. Just a little bit.
All right. Gotta double check. Make sure I can count right.
Cade knew we were gonna be super deep in our own thoughts with this when we ran into a problem with what? The number 11?
15.
15? Yeah.
15.
Something as
Oh.
simple as that had us stuck for the implications of time travel. We were going to be in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
this is why time travel's
Good
usually
shit.
banned.
Yeah.
it's complicated.
That's why the High Council was banned all time magic.
Right.
I tried to give a positive note at the end. I tried. Good day.
We're threatening you politely.
And also, I know Archie loves to talk, and it's kind of funny that he has to shorten his words.
It is, but he's very good with his words. He didn't even need all 25. The tone of the message isn't sinister or hostile. You get more of a playfulness to it.
I never said I would teleport.
You didn't.
He inferred.
Alright, he said he'll come see us within the hour, or in
Okay.
an hour or so.
That's fair.
Okay. Anything you guys wanted to discuss, prepare, or anything before Archie shows up?
I'm curious how he knew teleport would be ineffective. That's what he said as the last line.
Ineffective.
He's
He's
Aerith
probably
had the barrier up.
constantly watching us.
Aerith had the barrier up, so he wouldn't have been able to hear or know anything. Divination doesn't work on me. Lucky guess, I guess.
Did you tell him we would come to him if not?
No, I said, Archie, we really need to talk immediately. Please let us know if you're able. Please respond within 30 minutes. We will talk. Good day.
We will.
That's why there's no checks needed, anything like that. We've only just parted. Very well. I need an hour to see to things. Please stay where you are. Teleport would be ineffective.
And I wasn't trying to be rude with my
No.
words. Because Nicholas isn't. You have
I
to
didn't
do a
get.
lot to piss him off.
There was no rudeness. That's why there was no checks needed, because that was just perfectly cordial and polite.
Alright. So I guess we crash for an hour.
Okay. You guys take the hour to just unwind, kind of process internally what's been revealed, what's been posited, what has been muddied by the strange actions of these very, very precocious creatures. An hour passes, and you hear just a gentle at the door. May I come in?
And Mia will run over and open the door.
Thank you so much, my dear. Oh, hello. Thank you. Ah, good, everyone's here.
Hi, we're confused.
Hi, confused. I'm Archie. No.
That's
Alright. You
No.
really need to tell us your plan with the stealing
He
the flag.
he like puts one hand up and like closes the door behind him. Yes. I am aware that we have some discrepancies in the information that's been given, and I need you to be patient with me for just one more day. Just one day.
Nope.
I mean, you can talk freely here.
No.
Aerith put up a thing so that no one can hear us and no one can look and no one can do anything. If you want to
Yes,
talk.
it's a nice little snow globe you've put on this room. And it does stop the majority of those who could be listening, and I am appreciative of that. He kind of just like looks back towards the door, out the window a little bit. I still would rather talk outside the city.
Today.
Are you going to come with us?
It might be strange to roll a persuasion check. Either, I guess it's going to be Mia. I was going to say either Nick or Mia, but
Oof. 15?
Let's see. Kind of like, it could be strange to leave after just such a proclamation of leaving in the morning.
I can make you invisible.
I could make myself invisible to you. That's
I
not
can
the
make me
problem.
invisible.
Yes, I
We
believe
can
you.
pretend to get drunk and then go out into the forest and frolic. And people be like, oh, they're just partying.
Hell yeah, dude.
That's what Fae people do, right?
He gives you like a sideways look and like raises an eyebrow. Roll me a persuasion. I'll give multiple people a chance at this.
I mean, do you want me to just teleport us out?
It's up to you.
Wait, if I teleport us, Mia, you got us a way back in
Into what?
this group. Persuasion is where.
Okay, you guys are consistent. Oni, you can see it. It's not panic, and it's not like worry per se, but he seems more aware of his surroundings than he normally is. He's just kind of like, his eyes are always moving towards the windows, and they just kind of like go up to the corners and the rafters, and then you talk, and he looks at you, and he jovially responds and motions, but then he always kind of like drifts back to that like watching,
Can I just do telepathic link?
if you want to.
Let's just do that. That seems easier. There we go.
You cast out the telepathic bond, linking everyone together.
Including Archie.
Yep, including Archie. He has an intelligence greater than 2, and it's not a choice. So, oh no, it is. It does actually say willing creatures, but he's not going to fight it. As the magic links you all together, and you kind of like close your mouths, but keep talking with your minds. You hear him. This is more secure, but fine. What do you want to know?
All right. Can we say what we think your plan is, and you correct us? Is that fine with you?
Fine.
All right. We think your plan is to set up the current Bastille by having us steal the flag, have him taking the fall, and you taking his place. That's kind of the broad strokes.
I am Bastille. Kind of like looks at each of you very heavily. I am hiding, as Titania cannot be trusted. In this face, the man you met earlier is literally my body double. He takes the heat from me, but I need to be there in Astrazalian, so we need to swap tomorrow. He will become me, I will become him. And Bastille will accompany the children of the gods, the Astrazalian.
Oh,
Wow.
He looks very heavily at all of you with like probably the most stern look you've seen on his face.
Okay. I'm assuming you're well aware it's gonna piss the fuck off of Titania.
She's always angry. She's a bitch.
Yeah, I got that. What do you think's going to happen afterwards, and what is your plan for afterwards?
After. I expect she'll be upset. She'll make some run at me to embarrass me in equal measure, and we'll piss each other off as we have for the past 2,000 years.
Okay. For this time, I suggest having a backup plan. Just in case things don't go well.
Kind of like leans back. He still looks upset, looks guarded.
look, we apologize for doing all of this way, but you have to understand where we come from. Betrayal there's a fine line between trust and betrayal. We don't mean any disrespect by this, but we just want to make sure everything's on the up and up. I'm going to apologize
I am not
if you're disrespected by this.
I am concerned you have thrown the plan into... Her spies are powerful. They could potentially, possibly, with her aid, see through your glass dome. They could potentially, with her aid, read your thoughts and minds while you're here within the town. It was necessary to keep you all in the dark, and I had every intention of informing you once we were beyond the city limits. I am not insulted. I am afraid. Because if her word gets out about this, coming from Bastille and not Archie, who had a plan and tried to hire some people and then has to stay behind, her defenses will be higher, and our job will be harder, and I won't be able to have the satisfaction of watching her sweat. You seem to think that she's going to come in here and take my head. I've told you, that's not how we do things here. There's no point in it. There is no... An Archfey cannot kill another without absorbing everything that that creature is, and then they are no longer themselves. They become an amalgamation. That's why the courts are separated the way they are. That's why the dukes hold power, is to keep us who we are. Life is the Fae. We are not murderers, and I know that that is a difficult perspective for you all from the material, but it is not how we do things.
The rules changed.
Then we change with it. But I will not be the one to change those rules, even if I am a changeling.
Okay. All right. Sorry. All right. Well.
I mean, we're planning on going through with the plan anyways, but keep the children safe. That is my words.
Your careful guidance is acknowledged and appreciated. I know you all walk a fine line. That you all carry knowledge that you shouldn't into this time. And I know that the decisions that you have to make are weighed by an unknowable impact. I will take your words to heart.
Now, how secure do we want to be? Do we just want to memory wipe all of us now?
If we could, I can protect myself, but there isn't.
I could protect myself as well, but I don't know about anyone else.
There is no guarantee that her spies could not attempt to pry into your psyches on the way out, or as you sleep tonight, given our late night conversation.
We just leave
Mass memory
today,
wipe, let's
then?
go!
Or should we just leave today then?
Well,
We could just go.
we need to get the horse ready and get everyone situated. We will leave when the time is appropriate. Rest up.
Memory. I mean, I can will it if everyone's fine with it. Just do the alter memory.
Cast modify memory. Do you have 5 uses of it?
What level is it? I gotta
It's
get level. Spell up.
fairly high.
Yeah, you should actually, maybe.
5th level. Oh, I just used a spell slot for
Yeah, you did.
5th level. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure I can use 2 charges from my book. 1 second. That's 4th level or lower.
Well, If it
So I
helps
got
in general, I'm
4
pretty
units.
confused about everything, so
I mean, I have a staff that protects me from people peering and doing stuff, so I can cast it on everyone else, and then in the morning cast it on myself.
if you cast it on yourself, then would you know to get rid of it? Or then would we
I
just be
could
confused?
probably put a little voice message attached to it, like, please do not remove until.
25 years from now. Thank you.
Oh no.
There is a time limit on this. Has been
But-
removed by you for your own
But
safety.
if you remove the part that we learned about what's going on, and then in the morning or after you do that, then we'll just be confused and concerned again and very
He
not
can
sure about what's going on.
I can modify the memory so that you never thought to question his intentions.
As Archie is just kind of nodding along, Bastille, now that you know.
Yeah,
I was
just,
right. I
I
knew it.
slipped up twice in the past 2 sessions, guys, where I called Archie Bastille, and I was like, fuck!
I caught it when you were. I caught it last time when we were playing
During the
cards,
card
but I
game.
didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
But yeah, I agree to this idea. Let's just tweak things a bit and just keep it moving.
It would.
Hope for the best.
I promise
Okay.
you, I will reveal this to you again tomorrow. We need to get about 10 miles outside of the city, and then both
Well,
That's a very short modify memory, just for a day.
just for a day. I
yep.
promise.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
Okay.
put that on my timers in 2 days, just to be safe. Remove modify memory.
Okay. So
So-
you all acquiesce?
Everyone
Yep.
good with this?
Let's do it.
Yeah, guess so.
As Nicholas casts out the spell once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, you each feel as the last 10 or so minutes of conversation is foggier, muddier. You can remember Archie knocking on the door. You can remember him coming in and kind of motioning to the Mordenkainen's private sanctum that you had up. You talked about what time you were going to leave. He told you that you would be taking a carriage as soon as you had finished your morning meal. That there was a what would I call this thing? A Valinar steed that had been commissioned to pull the carriage the entire way, and that you would be just making a nice, easy languid journey, and he was able to fully assuage any concerns you had with just a few simple words that everything will be okay.
Well, Archie, I thank you for alleviating our fears, and we'll try our best to not embarrass you or still.
Right. No worries at all. I live to serve. I will pass your message on to Bastille and let him know that we are all ready to go for the morning. So, if there is anything else you require of me, you obviously know how to reach me. So, reach out, and I will find you. Have a great night, all. I'll see you in the morning.
We'll miss you at the party.
I will miss you all so much, and I am just so glad that I was able to see your fancy dress before you had to leave, because that was truly stunning, my dear.
Right, you even paid for it all, and now you're not even gonna get to see it at the party.
No, but I will be able to sit here with the satisfaction that I have sent with my lord the very best of the material plane. For you all are that. You are the best that they have to offer. Now, gentle heroes, knights of the golden sword, however you got here, rest well. I will see you in the morning.
Good night, Sir Archie. And well, I think I'm also going to turn in, guys. Today was fun. A little draining, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that's a good point. Unless anybody had anything else they wanted to do before you turn in for your long rest.
Nope, I'm good.
No.
Okay. I think that'll be a good place for us to leave off this week's game, as the truth came out a little earlier than I intended.
Exactly
we wiped
one
it.
day early. And then
Oh,
immediately
man.
erased it.
Right.
It's fine.
That was a smart counterplay. That was very smart. The modify memory.
Yeah, Nicholas will do that immediately in the morning on himself.
Just remember. Next game.
I mean, he already has the staff, which is supposed to help prevent that, but
Better safe
In
than sorry,
theory.
you know.
yeah,
Right.
no, I was gonna erase it either way.
Fey shenanigans in the Fey Wild, man. That's he's Bastille. He's the Lord of the Winter Fen. This is his domain. He sees and knows all.
He's a little paranoid.
He's a little paranoid. I was listening to you guys. That was like I was on the edge of my seat after his proclamation at the circus, because that was really like what he was there to do. That was
Oh,
fun.
not 118.
Those are some crazy portents.
They are good for teammates. I like the ones that are really low, because
Yeah.
it forces them to waste a
turn. Yeah, it fucks the action economy a lot
Resistance,
more. Yeah, that's fair.
But it
And
is
so are
still
we
good.
clicking the long rest button next
Yes.
session or now?
You can go ahead, click the long rest button. You guys are in the
Okay.
Fey, which means you don't get harassed by dreams from anybody, or gods, or anything like that.
I don't think I used literally anything from the last rest. So.
No.
Yeah, it's just a
Me
nice narrative day.
Yeah, I use like maybe one flash of two flash of geniuses, I think.
Played some card games, went to a carnival, had yourself an existential crisis, pissed off an archfey,
Yeah.
resolved that.
It's fine.
Alright, and then I'm just gonna immediately cast Modify Memory, just so I
Okay.
don't forget.
That's fair.
I mean, so I do forget.
Hell yeah, dude.
Not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping we got at least to the beginning of the party, but
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Right.
We got
I was-
sidetracked a little bit.
Yeah. There was a lot of paranoia happening, but
Oh,
It's
yeah, that's
fine.
Gonna fuck up time. We should fuck up time. What do we do with time?
What do we do?
I'm so I just ooh, I'm so curious because like it's so fun for me because you guys are sitting here in the past going like, what can we fuck up? And I'm like, all right, what do they fuck up, and how do I counter fuck it? So that's kind of like it's
How do
like
I
we're trying to
unfuck it?
roast time here. You know?
Yep. See, basically, we've got a straight line with a bunch of dots, and they're like a bunch of those dots are missing because we don't fucking know a thing about it.
Yep.
So we don't know what we can or do in that particular instance.
Yeah.
So good.
You know.
That would be hilarious though for you to try and fix everything. It's like, fuck it, we're fucking everything up intentionally.
I mean, it just makes my job harder.
You're like,
So the
"Oh,
closer you
no."
guys stay to the center of the rails, the easier it is for me. But if you guys derail, then I get to work.
We'll try to minimize that.
Nah, follow your hearts. Do what your characters would do. Call out the Archfey.
Titania, you bitch, come out here.
Man.
If any of my other characters were here, it'd be so fun. Aureus would
You
want to
know-
change time to get the best possible event.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody would probably be the same with Nicholas. He'd probably be like, hey, let's just keep it on the path. Robert would just be like, kill Titania.
Become
You know what we
Titania.
should have done?
Titania.
We should have asked. We should have
Well, he
asked
would-
somebody who was here and could remember what happened in this point of time.
But you can't.
Yeah. Now, Robert would just try and find a way immediately home. He'd be like, no offense, but fuck you guys. I gotta save my son.
So I gotta send these. The art was just so good for the family. Because I was originally just gonna have Hera there with the BB, and I was like, nah, Mom would be there too. She's not gonna miss the circus. Where are they? So there was the art I used for Harrow. His ears are more elven, but I really liked that art for him. And Sarah, who just honestly looks like Laura Bailey.
Little bit.
And we just need Eodos and Rose back.
Little Rose, dude.
So
Tyranny, baby.
Oh,
He's so chubby.
so chubby. Cute little cheeks.
Papa B.
Oh boy, man.
I didn't fuck up time too bad yet. We're doing okay.
Yeah,
Not
I haven't
yet.
really had to think of any counterfucks yet. So
We thought about it.
We've been being careful. We've tried our best not to do stuff that we think might fuck things up.
I've been appreciating it. I was sweating when you guys were like, "Fuck it, let's just fuck everything
You
up."
left all. We ball.
But you know what? If it makes the most sense for your characters, I really just follow it because I'm creative enough.
Figure out some way to
something out.
unfuck everything.
Yep, I figured out how to get us here. So
Nah, I just like to spout out every single idea first.
I love it. It's great. It's so good. It's such good, just like analyzing of the situation, you know. But, all right, I think I need to get started on dinner. But what were you gonna say, Kyle?
I was gonna say, plus I think Mistra would be pissed at Nicholas if he just said, "Fuck it, let's just fuck up with time."
Yeah, let's send it, dude.
That's everything
Yeah.
This is very dangerous.
I think Mistra would be like, nope, you're done.
Oh boy.
You had your
Boy.
chance, no more.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Just go ahead and take away that immortality 20 years ago.
Oh no.
So that you never got to this point.
She probably would if that's what he did. In all honesty.
You guys go back, and the current Nick is just a paradox. There's like a buried Nick that died 20 years
Yeah.
ago up in his wizard's tower. You finally teleport there, and it's just like all abandoned and disheveled and dusty, and you're like, no one's been here in 20 years. And
Yeah.
you just find a
Oops.
gnome skeleton in his hat and robes. Oh
Poor
Todd
god,
sitting next to us.
Todd would have gone home.
I
Mhm.
guess.
That's where Nick is. He would have gone with him. I don't know. It was always a risk dropping you guys in the past, but I love time travel, and I'm trying to like tick all the boxes on this adventure because it's a 1 to 20, so it's kind of like, you know, Underdark, Feywild, time travel, the planes, the elemental planes, you know, higher level magic, the
Yeah.
gods.
Now we just need Eldritch Horror.
We had a
Yeah.
little bit of that.
No, the only Eldritch Horror we've really had interaction with was Eris, and that was because that's what broke his mind, and that was in Strahd.
I mean, we had like a little bit with like the Mind Flayer dragon stuff.
That's
I don't know
true.
if it counts as
Yeah, that's fair.
Eldritch Horror.
Nah,
But...
I was thinking of like Cthulhu, like
Yeah.
elder god from beyond the realm.
Beyond
Yeah,
the abyss.
I rolled a Echo Knight like Oni in our Strahd campaign, and he went crazy. He worked with the Shattered Kai, which are the Shadowfell, and he went insane after seeing the edge of reality and looking upon an Eldritch Horror that sat there and ate his friends, and he ran. And by running, he was then cast as a traitor and imprisoned. And in the Shadowfell, if you stop moving, you die. It's literally a place where if you stop, if you don't act, if you kind of like give in to that lethargy, your life force literally just seeps away, like into the environment around you in a way. Just whoa.
Fine.
So he spent 3 years imprisoned with nobody to talk to except for himself, and ended up becoming friends with his shadow and finding the Raven Queen. And ended up in Barovia, which was actually better than where he was, surprisingly. Eris was always pretty chill to be in Barovia. He was just happy not to be in that jail cell anymore.
What are you guys talking about? This is great.
This is
Everyone
only
else
all positive.
mind breaking.
God, he got. We all fell into the mist fighting like some abomination underneath one of the towns, and we fell into the mist. And in Barovia, if you enter the mist, you come out at a different part in Barovia, just randomly. And so we all got yeeted into this mist by this monster, one by one, and ended up in different places all over the world. And my character, Eris, ended up on the top of a mountain, like wounded and hurt. And then the cave was populated by, it had to be like 100 werewolves. And they were not friendly. He made it out of there with.
Eris channel?
Hmm?
Is that on Eris channel?
I
Yeah,
think
the
so. You
Strahd
did
game
Strahd,
was there.
right?
Yeah, it is. Not
I think
all of it.
No.
picked up around the same time as Tyranny.
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
Tyranny, he started a little late.
I
Alright,
started
I'll
a
have to
little
check it out
late,
at
but
some point.
I feel like I may have
Got
missed a
most
few
of it.
episodes. Yeah, I got most
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah, there were
Most of
like
it.
the one or two that didn't get correctly recorded,
Recorded. It was.
But-
It was.
Alright.
I think it's mainly at the beginning where some episodes are not there, so there's gonna be like huge gaps. Mainly because I wasn't streaming, I was recording, and I wasn't using OBS or Streamlabs for recording. I was using the NVIDIA or GeForce recording, and I would forget to turn it off before shutting down my computer.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So
Yeah.
it would corrupt the file, hence why
Yeah.
when we in Icewind Dale we had like a very emotional like therapy session for one of our characters in Icewind Dale, and I like Kay told me to upload the video because he wanted to watch it again, and I tried searching through my files where the video was.
I don't remember
And
that
it
one.
was nowhere to be found until I
Ugh.
looked at the dates, and I was just like, fuck.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch some of that stuff then.
Yeah, it was
It was
fun.
fun.
It was
Awful.
the person who did the art for our campaign, like the art that they just posted, Chekhov, was our DM in Strahd.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Curse of
Yeah.
hmm
Yeah, so they DM'd it for us, and it was me, Earth, Gina, and Aurora. And we got fucked.
A lot.
Do you guys
was
succeed
a
in the end,
nightmare.
or
We succeeded.
Yeah,
that's good?
we
though.
managed to win, and
We
no
won.
one. I think we managed to win with the OG team.
Yeah, we got there. It was a
We
roundabout
got-
path, but
Got Flora back, and we brought Carter back to life.
yep.
How many characters did you go through total then?
I had two.
I
Fox
had
had two.
4.
I only had 2. Yeah.
No,
I think
I had. Yeah, I had 4.
I think it was
Yeah.
a total of 10 because I think
Earth
Earth
had 3.
2. No, you had 3.
No,
That's
I
right.
had yeah,
I was reading-
Shindo got so
Shendo got
Shindo was
wrecked,
kind
which
of
is depressing.
Shindo was kind of he was
Go ahead.
very much not on party side, but not against them either. So like he had a conversation with Strahd about betraying the party, and he was down. But then Strahd also asked him if he was on his side, and he lied to him. And I rolled like a nat 1 on the lie to tell him that he was on his side. So he sent a fucking vampire to jump.
Not a spawn.
Almost one shot.
It was one of the brides jumped Shendo because Shendo was with us when we all got yeeted into the mist, so we all got separated, and Shendo got approached alone and went toe to toe, 1-on-1 with a vampire, full on vampire.
Go crazy.
Out of his sleep, because Strahd talked to him in his dream. It wasn't like he was awake and saw it. Strahd was like, huh. He saw that he lied, and then he was woken up with
Critical
claws
hit.
in his chest. Yeah.
Oh, God. They were brutal. Chekhov was absolutely brutal, and I loved it, and I hated it, and I loved it.
That
So-
sounds like fun.
I had 3 characters, but realistically, I would say I had 2. Shindo was there for like 4 to 5 sessions, I think, before he
Yeah.
was annihilated by the
Yeah.
bride.
And his whole thing was like he had a warlock pact where he was like, I agree to never be brought back or something like that, right? Like
Yeah, he
sent it over.
traded his soul for like a gauntlet that served as his instrument. So like if he played a violin, metallic strings manifested on it, and he was a hexblade. So he used the rapier that was also a violin bow, so he could play with his rapier in that gauntlet. But he had to sell his soul for it. So when he died, there was no back.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of ups and downs in that game. It was a lot of fun.
I got to betray the party.
Barovia was a nightmare, man.
Yeah,
God,
it drove us to some decisions.
that place sucks.
Drake wants to
My
do
character-
one.
Yeah, do it. Why
Split
don't
my
you
soul
DM it,
with a
Aurora? You know how the
bird.
story goes.
Fuck that shit. No.
You get
No,
to
I mean
torment
Drake
your
wants
friends.
to DM a
Oh,
Strahd.
Yeah, I mean that thing.
You get to be tormented by your friends.
As if he doesn't torment me already.
Oh man.
More
No,
torment.
he's gonna torment me more because I'm tormenting him in Strixhaven with having a blade singing character, so
Yeah.
who's popping shields left and right.
It's like the mid tier where Blade Singer is so hard, but once you get up to the point where we're at now, where I can start throwing monsters that have like a plus 15, plus 16, even a Blade Singer is just you can only do so much.
It's
Mhm.
honestly a
Yeah,
miracle Nicholas has not been hit as often as he has.
We keep you as safe as we can, man.
You are one of the best strategic players. You stay out of it, and it's like I could theoretically go after you, but it's always positioned in such a way where I'll take attacks of opportunity, I'll get fucked up, and it will definitely be seen as like targeting you. When from the monster's perspective, most of what you're doing is making other people stronger. So unless the monster's super intelligent and can kind of see the string, doesn't quite know where everything's coming from. Nick has been very well played with such squishy HP.
I honestly expected it to die a few times.
Yeah.
The
Was it
purple
the
worm.
purple
was
worm?
where-
Yeah, the-
yeah, I thought you were done when that thing hit you.
He
I was
got
like,
hit.
oh no.
Yeah.
It was one hit too. It was only
Yep.
one hit. He's just squishy. That's how he's gonna die. He's gonna get crit once and he's just dead.
I mean, something as big as like a T-Rex could do it.
Yeah. I mean, that's why he has the lucky feat, which honestly I haven't really had been using.
He has a lot of natural luck. It is fucking
He really
impressive.
does.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it was
The
part
dice
of his story that he's just lucky, and I guess he just is lucky.
I mean, how many people? You have an entire career path of people that serve the gods. How many of them have been made immortal and loved and beloved by a goddess? Like, Nick is very special. He's very lucky. He's very unique. And to be who he is takes a great deal of character, just like capital C character.
I have almost like a joke that he's been blessed by the goddess of luck when he was young, and then it's just kind of stuck with him now, even though he's serving a different god, and the god of luck's like, yeah, it works.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Sometimes that's just how luck is.
Sometimes you double dip a little bit.
All right, guys. I'm going to go get dinner started. Thank you so much. That was a lot of fun. And we'll catch you guys next week.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yo, take it easy.
Bye.
Alright.
Peace.
Peace.